Find out why CSI is TV's most watched drama, CBS Thursday.
This is not a game.
It is far more important than that.
This is not a game.
What this is a contest of wills.
The snow is coming down in Foxborough.
This is not a game.
This is a far greater challenge.
The Pittsburgh Steelers advance.
This is not a game.
This is to prove conference supremacy.
The Steelers await the New England Patriots.
This is for a chance to play in the Super Bowl.
This is not a game.
This is the AFC Championship.
Good to have you with us, friends. Welcome to Pittsburgh, where the Steelers are playing in their 4th AFC Championship game in the last 8 years. Today, they welcome the Patriots, led by Tom Brady, the second-year signal caller who began this improbable season as an understudy to Drew Bledsoe, but is now the headliner, having won 12 of 15 starts. His backfield mate, Antoine Smith, helped carry the offensive load as the Patriots morphed themselves from worst to first in the AFC East. For the Steelers, the big story, Cordell Stewart, who has fully matured as both quarterback and team leader. And today, the return of Jerome Bettis after a 7-week absence. It can only make Stewart's job that much easier. Coming up, it's the Patriots and the Steelers in the AFC title game on CBS. Under remarkably ideal football conditions, temps late in the day will push 60 degrees. Just a moment ago, I visited on a field with head coach Bill Cowher. He told me it's warmer today than it was for their home opener back at the beginning of the season. Hello, my friends. Jim Nantz, delighted to welcome you to our special AFC Championship game edition of the NFL Today, presented by Southwest Airlines. Getting set now for this title showdown between New England and Pittsburgh. Today, the Lamar Hunt Trophy is on the line. It'll be presented to the AFC champion. I'm so pleased to be joined by my teammates, Deion Sanders and Pittsburgh's favorite son from nearby Aliquippa, PA, Mike Ditka. Randy Cross, Jerry Glanville. Together, my partners, I'm proud to say, have played and or coached in 19 conference championship games. You know what it's like to be right on the brink of getting it started for a championship game. What's the feeling right now?
This is the first time all year, man, I got butterflies. I'm really excited about this game. I played against this team several years ago in the Super Bowl. I even played against them last year. This is not the same team. These guys are ready to go there confident, not cocky, confident that they will win this game.
Well, there's two key words with the Steelers: tradition and stability. Tradition, 4 Super Bowls in the 70s, Chuck Noll, the Immaculate Reception, but now look at the stability. 2 coaches in 33 years, and they don't. Here's what they do: they put the team first. They lose free agents, they keep on getting on because the team comes first.
Hey, Mike, the other night at dinner, Dan Rooney told me Chuck Noll was here 23 years. If Bill Cowher wants to be here 23 years, he'll be here 23 years. In this game, take your eyes off the ball. Watch the protection on both sides. Watch the offensive lines. Tom Brady and his protection is the biggest thing in this football game, how that offensive line takes care of Tom Brady. Their offensive coordinator, Charlie Weiss, might only have 2 receivers down the field. In fact, R.J. Glazer has told us that Charlie Weiss's contract expires in 4 days, so there's another free agent.
Wow, and you're talking about Tom Brady. We went down on the field and watched him warm up. As he brings the ball back, his index finger swings around till he's right on the tip. When he releases the ball, I was shocked at the velocity. Here's a guy that's gained 30 pounds since his rookie year, and that ball is a rocket with that finger like Terry Bradshaw.
I was going to say, there was another guy who used to play in these parts who used to do just that very thing. Guys, it's time to go down on the field for the latest news from both sidelines. Let's begin with Armin Katan. He has the Patriots story. Armin, welcome.
Thank you, Jim. The big word for the Patriots is respect. Both Lawyer Malloy and Ty Law telling us that they believe that the Patriots have been wrongly overlooked in this game. Ty Law telling us last night that he felt disrespected by the fact that the Steelers were making preparations for the Super Bowl prior to this game. Now for a little bit of news on a team that thought it should be in this game, the Oakland Raiders. I talked to Bob Lamont, the agent for John Gruden, on Friday. He reiterated the fact that there is zero chance that John Gruden will be coaching at Oakland after the 2002 season, and that he would be thrilled if John lost that job prior to next season. Talked to a Raiders official today, an executive who said that John Gruden would not be fired and called this whole coaching situation amateur hour. Something we'll definitely stay tuned for. Now out to the other sideline and Bonnie Bernstein. Bonnie.
Well, Armin, here on the Steelers injury front, linebacker Earl Holmes, the team's leading tackler, is down today with a sprained knee. John Fiala will be replacing him. Jerome Bettis, no pain-killing injections, he promises. He told me the groin's feeling good, and for those of you predicting rust after a 7-week layoff, Bettis says, I'm giving myself 3 plays to find my groove. We're going to be running the ball early, and he told me, don't be surprised if I break one the first time I get the ball. And finally, the Steelers thanking ex-general manager Tom Donahoe for a little added extra incentive today. Donahoe now with the Bills predicting a Patriots win today. So defensive coordinator Tim Lewis put the newspaper article up on the overhead, said to his players, this guy was your friend. He drafted most of you and you still don't believe? Lewis said, I tell you, when I was done with them, my guys were fired up. Jim?
All right, thank you, Bonnie. So Holmes is out for the Steelers today, and later today, 4:15 Eastern, Pennsylvania's other playoff injury. The Eagles will visit the Rams in St. Louis. The big story remains the injury to Kurt Warner's ribs.
The ribs are a little bit sore, but you know, what do you expect? You don't get a lot of time to rest, and at my job, you know, you're twisting and turning a lot, so there's a little discomfort there, but it's going to be something where I'm going to have to tolerate a little bit of pain, but as long as I can do that, it shouldn't restrict me too much.
Warner may elect to take pain-killing injections for the first time in his career. Meanwhile, Philadelphia cornerback Troy Vincent is suffering from a groin injury. However, he practiced yesterday and declared himself ready to go for the NFC title game. Your thoughts on the Rams-Eagles, Dion?
First of all, Troy Vincent as a corner, you do not tell Mark's team that you're suffering from a groin injury. Come on, that's just like telling a shark you're bleeding. But I talked to Ron Meeks, the secondary coach for the St. Louis Rams, and how do you stop Donovan McNabb? Keep him back there in the pocket. And he said when he breaks out of the pocket, he told his defensive backs to plaster this receiver. That means stay on him, do not let him out of your sight.
Well, that's part of why they won last week. But believe me, the Philadelphia Eagles are going to blitz. That's a given. They're going to blitz. That means man-to-man. Troy Vincent, Bobby Taylor, give them their best chance of anybody in the league to cover those receivers. I don't know if they will. And then on the other side of the ball, you got to protect the quarterback, gang.
And you get in that situation, too, in that football game. I think you're going to see Hugh Douglas on the other side coming at Warner's face. And, Jerry, you're a coach, much like Jimmy Johnson, that loves to attack quarterbacks. You saw Kurt Warner's comments about his ribs. What do you do?
Hey, with those comments, that looks like raw meat in front of a bulldog. Well, watch how he throws this thing. He's cringing a little bit. Yeah. You're the defensive coordinator. Your defensive players see this. Let's go get him. Try to hurt him if you can. Switch Hugh Douglas to the other side. Bam! You got him, baby! Eagles!
Find out how good Jamie Martin is, a backup quarterback.
And this Eagles defense continues to step up on the road all season long. They did it again last week against the Bears. A reminder, tune in this Friday night, 10 Eastern, as CBS Friday Night Super Bowl Bash features Sting and No Doubt, and even my man Dion. You'll be there, right?
No doubt.
America Online users can win a chance to be there live or win tickets to an on-field performance by U2. Just enter the keyword NFL Concert Contest. Still to come on this special championship edition of the NFL Today, Leslie Visser reports on a team that's come so far by overcoming so much.
Injuries, snowstorms, controversial calls. Hey, it's all in a season's work for the New England Patriots.
With a returning running back, a resurgent quarterback, 2 runaway wide receivers, this Steelers offense is explosive.
The NFL Today is presented by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of Super Bowl 36.
Last Super Bowl, Miller Lite gave away inflatable chairs. This year, inflatable Troy Aikman.
I love football. I mean, I love a lot of things. I love nature. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm an Aquarius. I have that sort of watery kind of sense of things. I make these jeans. Can I get your autograph?
On second thought, now you can win an inflatable chair and a Super Bowl party kit that includes banners, cups, and $100 to turn your house into Super Bowl Central. Enter at MillerLite.com or wherever Miller Lite is sold.
This stuff's pretty cool. What? Wake up! It's time for 7-Eleven. Start with a cup of fresh brewed 7-Eleven coffee. Then grab one of our hot breakfast sandwiches. Or choose from our bakery selections delivered fresh daily. And get your morning going. I work nights. Oops. Old day, Kevin.
It's time to redo the kitchen.
Let's get that home equity loan.
It's the Hendersons.
Get him a great deal.
Patrick Bank's on the job. So's Ferguson Bank.
We need a lower rate.
Want banks to compete for your home equity loan? Come to LendingTree.com. Fill out one form and get up to 4 offers within hours. When banks compete, you win at LendingTree.com.
Wake up! It's time for 7-Eleven. Start with a cup of fresh brewed 7-Eleven coffee. Then grab one of our hot breakfast sandwiches. Or choose from our bakery selections delivered fresh daily. And get your morning going. I work nights. Oops. Old day, Kevin.
Think of e-business as a game. You got players, you got management. You got opponents who don't always play by the rules. This game takes strategy and the ability to move that metaphorical ball that is information with more money on the line than in any other game that's ever been played. E-business isn't just a game, it's the game. So if you're going to play, play to win.
Hey, sports fans. For all of your news, scores, expert analysis, and fantasy advice, go to cbs.sportsline.com or AOL keyword CBS Sportsline.
The heart of the NFL's best defense is a Steelers linebacking core that loves to blitz. Today they'll be without left inside linebacker Earl Holmes. The Steel Curtain defense led the NFL with 55 sacks during the regular season. This afternoon, look for them to go after Brady pretty heavily. Mike Archer there, the linebacker coach, giving them a final word. Welcome back to, well, tropical Pittsburgh and the NFL today. You know, a year ago at this time, the New England Patriots were picking up the pieces of a last-place finish in the AFC East. Now they're the champs of that division and one victory away from the Super Bowl. Leslie Visser joins us now. What a turnaround season. You know, we've had these in the last few years. There seems to be, whether it was the Rams one year or, you know, the Giants this year, it's New England.
They are so happy in New England. It's as if Bucky Dunn struck out.
or Bill Buckner made the puck.
Fielded the ball. That's true, Tim. You might be thinking Destiny's Child is one of the hottest singing groups, but it's also a band of brothers known as the New England Patriots. With Wonder Boy Brady at quarterback and a staggering streak of good luck, don't be surprised if Adam Vinatieri is kicking with Cinderella's slipper.
Tonight, the Patriots against the Oakland Raiders, and the snow is coming down in Foxborough.
Coming out of the locker room, I see all the snow on the ground, and I see them out there with blowers, you know, trying to get lines. I'm like, how am I going to cut in this? You know, how am I going to catch the ball? Snowflakes hitting me in the eye.
People ask me, did you really enjoy the game? I say, man, I was cold.
What about on the now infamous ruling? Should you have been charged with a fumble?
I think the refs made the right call, and with everything that's been said after that, I mean, there was a lot of football game left with a lot of opportunities for them to stop us, and they didn't. And you know, we made the plays to win the game, and I think the best team won.
Tell me about David Patton. Huge right after that play, right?
We came in at halftime, and you know, we both looked at each other and said, Dave, you know, if we're gonna win this game, we gotta play our best halves of our career.
I would never forget that moment. I saw Tom go into another realm. He was going around, he was like, we need your best game from everybody. He came to me and he said, I need the best game that you have this half. I mean, he goes out second half, and it's like, hey, I'm not gonna be denied. I saw him tucking and running in for the touchdown. I'm like, yeah, this is the guy, he's ready.
David! That's some great comebacks! Keep it up, baby!
When John Gruden called the timeout, were you thinking, great, more time to clear the field?
You know, I didn't even realize he did it until after the game, and people said, you know, they called a timeout also. And I said, well, I guess, yeah, come to think of it, it did seem like a long timeout, and the guys were doing a great job trying to clear off the field. And a couple of the guys were saying jokes, trying to keep it a little happy, and our holder, Ken Walters, was kind of making a comment about, hey, didn't you guys find my quarter down there? So they were trying to keep it kind of stress-free, if you could.
Snap, ball down, kick is up. Patriots! It's a mob scene on the snowy field of Foxborough.
I know you might not like the term team of destiny, but something is happening here.
I do feel like we're a team of destiny. If you look at some of the injuries that we've had, you look at the 0-2 start, but you look at the decisions that Bill made, and all of them have worked out. And you look at the Oakland game, maybe we are a team of destiny.
As a kid, you must have imagined a game like last Saturday, but now are you thinking, is there some dream in your head of how it's going to be at Heinz Field to go on to the Super Bowl?
Yeah, I mean, you grow up, you know, watching these games on TV, and I was talking with my dad, and we said, God, Dad, remember we used to, you know, plan our days around games like these, and now we're a part of them. And, you know, it's just, it's one of those things you think about, and you say, wow, you know, we've come a long way.
Told me the greatest play is the one Adam Vinatieri didn't make. On 4th down in overtime at the Raider 28, Bill Belichick asked Vinatieri, can you kick another 45-yarder? Vinatieri said, no, the risk is too great. I need a few more yards. Well, with that honesty, Belichick signaled to Tom Brady, we're going for 1st down. Sometimes destiny is in the details. Deion, Tom Brady is poised, he's efficient. He might need a little magic today.
Magic, he's going to need more than magic because Tom Brady, my question is, can you handle the blitz? The Steelers will certainly blitz you. Yeah, you're going to hit the check downs, meaning the backs and the tight ends out of the backfield. But the Steelers' #1 defense, they can tackle well. You're going to have to go downfield deep to Troy Brown and David Patton.
There's 2 keys to this football game for New England. The first one is confuse the quarterback. Give Cordell as many different looks as you can and put pressure on him. The other side is simple. You better protect that quarterback or you're going to be in big trouble.
You know, Mike, New England's biggest nightmare in this game is not the Pittsburgh defense. It isn't Cordell Stewart. It's Russ Grimm, the offensive line coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers. I think has done the best job of any new assistant in the league this year, and his offensive line can control and take this game over.
Adam Vinatieri and Chris Brown come under extra scrutiny here at Heinz Field. The ever-swirling winds have menaced many a kicker, and Jerry Glanville's down on the field to tell us why. Jerry?
I'm down at the south end, which is the open end of the stadium. This is where all the kickers miss their field goals. And what he's doing, he's ignoring the American flag because it always shows the wrong direction. Adam Vinatieri will not look at the flags above the goalpost. He's going to try to kick 6 inches inside the left upright. That's his key. If you go to Chris Brown is going to try to kick to the American flag. Has a different viewpoint on how to make it down there. By the way, Chris Brown missed here in pregame warm-up, and Adam Vinatieri has put the ball right through the uprights.
Vinatieri, by the way, did not miss all season on the road. 12 for 12. He's a cousin of Evel Knievel. I wouldn't be surprised to see him kick one over all 11 Steelers at the end of this game. It's like a field goal game, I think, Leslie.
That's destiny.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Coming up next on the NFL Today, we'll look at the prize behind the steel curtain that could be Pittsburgh's ticket to New Orleans.
We've heard about the Steelers' awesome defense, but next we're about to check out this offense.
He's into the end zone for the Steeler touchdown.
Wow.
Staples congratulates Coach Dick Geron of the Chicago Bears for his outstanding season.
I gratefully accept this award from Staples on behalf of the entire Chicago Bears organization, with particular thanks to our football team and our coaching staff. Thank you very much.
Staples and the National Football League donated $25,000 on behalf of Coach Geron to the Children's Memorial Hospital in Chicago for brain tumor research in honor of this prestigious award.
Dennis, listen, got a little advertising opportunity for you, Pally. Foot powder.
Yeah, foot powder, right. Forget about it.
Well, before you say that, it's a truckload of money.
Sam, I don't do commercials, period.
Hey, you're preaching to the choir. I told them that.
Know why I don't do commercials?
Why's that, pal?
Because they're dishonest. They lie.
Boy, that's strong language.
I'm supposed to peddle some product I don't even use. Forget about it. I'm not going to do it.
I wouldn't let you do it.
You better believe it.
Hey, where are you off to?
Some conference in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah? Who with?
With Cooper. Cooper.
Who's naughty on this plane? This guy. How much do you make? Drink. Because it's not as much as I make, I'll tell you that much right now.
Sort by shortest flights. Another way Expedia makes it easy to find the trip you're looking for.
Expedia.com. Listen up. We brought in a very special consultant to help us with our fundamentals.
This is a triangle.
Triangle.
What's this?
Triangle.
What's this?
Triangle.
What's this?
The bill.
What'd that cost?
$4 million.
And he's not going to stick around to see if it works?
If you're in the NFL, you have one goal.
The dance that everybody wants to be at. You have to understand, as a kid, this is what I always wanted to do.
That Super Bowl trophy, you got to go out there and you got to take it.
It's what we've been talking about. It's what we've been working for.
I want to win one.
We're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl.
You get that swagger about yourself.
You'll be remembered as a champion, to stand on top.
And when it's all said and done, that's really what it's about.
This is a homecoming of sorts for New England cornerback Ty Law, who grew up in nearby Aliquippa, Mike Ditka's hometown. But in this city of many bridges, Law burned quite a few of them this week with his remarks that questioned the heart of the Steelers receivers. We welcome you back to the NFL Today on this championship Sunday in Pittsburgh. The Steelers boast the best defense in the league, but don't sell their offense short. Dion, you met with the game breakers for the Steelers, who, believe it or not, third-ranked offensively in the entire league. That's overlooked by a lot of people.
Led by Cordell Stewart. I wanted to look in the eyes. You know the eyes, Jim. Tell you a lot about a man.
What did you see?
When I played against the Steelers offense last year, and to be completely candid, I must tell you I wasn't impressed. But this year, with pretty much the same players, it's been a whole new ball game. So I just had to sit down with a few of them and found out why.
What happened from last year to this year?
I think for us, I mean, it was probably the development of these two guys and this guy, because last year we were still pounding the ball, we were running the ball. I mean, I finished up over 1,300.
Right.
But these guys didn't finish up with over 1,000. So it made for a different strategy when the defenses came in and defend us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, this guy, you know, is totally different, you know.
Explain.
Well, I mean, it's just plain and simple. I mean, I'm just playing to my strengths right now. Last year, Plaxico can tell you, Hines can tell you the same thing. We weren't playing to our strength.
Thanks and thanks. How many machinery? I've never seen so many knobs.
So I'm sitting up here with a full course meal. Who's the appetizer? Who's the dessert? Who's the entree? And who's the salad?
The appetizer would be Cordell running the football, because he's not going to give you a whole lot of it, but he's going to give you a taste of it. You know what I'm saying? Just a touch of it. Just a touch of it.
Now we got the salad.
And the salad, I mean, I'd say we get it going in terms of running game. That's the first course, not really the salad, but the first course, because we're going to pound you, and then you got to make a decision. And then that's when these two guys and this guy here take over.
So that's the entree.
That's the entree. They finish you off.
So what's the dessert?
A win. That would have to be the sweet. That's the sweetest of it all, getting the W. That has to be.
And you go out there and say our defense attack people. We want you to look at our offense and say, they get after people too.
As wideouts, we're asked to do a lot of blocking to help Jerome.
And that's your thing.
I love it, man.
That's your thing.
I love it. I mean, that's one less guy Jerome has to think about. Plaxico and I going in there and getting strong.
But you even got your boy blocking.
I got him.
I mean, I don't get after like Hines does. I don't take that physical approach that he does, because, I mean, Hines going there dropping dudes. Well, that weigh 30, 40 pounds more than him. I mean, I just get my job done. I ain't got to knock you down, run on top of you, but, you know, as long as 36 running outside of me and make a break inside out, my job is done.
I came out here and talked to Cordell last week. The bus looked me in the eye, hyped me all up. The bus broke down, man.
The bus ain't break down, I think.
The bus broke down. It was a mechanical failure.
Yeah.
It wasn't, the bus didn't break down. It was the mechanical failures that kept him from getting on the road. But those have since been shored up.
So you got a nice mechanic this time.
Oh, yeah, you can rest assured. You can rest assured. right now. You've been sitting, man.
The bus been sitting on bricks for, what, 6 weeks now?
The bus ready to ride.
But for us to get to where we have to go, the ultimate goal, we do need Jerome to be in the game.
That's what I wanted to hear.
I mean, regardless of, we won games without him. For us to make it to the ultimate goal, to what we set the year out for, we need this guy to be in there because he is what Pittsburgh Steelers is all about.
Now, hear what I tell you, fans. Hines Ward has a point, but the Steelers have proven over the last 6 games that they don't really need to ride the bus in order to win, and that's the sure sign that they are indeed a much improved offensive team.
All right, Deion, hear what I say. With all that offensive insight you have with the Steelers, you get the first pick. On IBM, I bet you didn't know who will be the AFC team in the Super Bowl.
Tom Brady and the Brady Bunch are having a wonderful season, but I've just been informed by Sean McMahon, the CBS Sports president, that this will be the final episode of the Brady Bunch.
I got to go with Pittsburgh. I'm a Pittsburgh guy, but I hope it doesn't come down to a Chris Brown field goal, believe me.
I'm going to go with the New England Patriots. They're so scared of this Pittsburgh defense, they're prepared to throw the ball about 60 times. They're going to keep everybody in and protect and get it down the field.
Well, I want you to watch one guy on the Pittsburgh Steelers. Hines Ward is going to be moved back to quarterback, run a sweep, but then he's going to throw the football like he did at the University of Georgia. A halfback pass, a big play by Hines Ward.
You called something just like that in the Super Bowl. And by the way, those Brady specials and reunions are still out there. You never know. We'll be right back in Pittsburgh.
Now you can fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th. So get packing.
You are now free to move about the country.
Pizza, the staple of the American male. Oftentimes served dangerously hot.
Okay.
To cool it, they use an age-old technique known as the reverse blow. The Rolling Rock continues the cooling process.
It's good. Rolling Rock beer. Grab a rock.
His name is Henry, Clay Henry. He's a fireman and a Jared fan from Subway. He got real big on burgers and fries. Now he's down to a smaller size. Gets his might from his veggie delight. Great taste each day from his local Subway. He's Henry, Clay Henry.
With exercise and a diet including Subway's 7 delicious sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less, people like Clay Henry are inspirations for everyone.
Subway, eat fresh.
Proud sponsor of the American Heart Association's Heart Walk.
At a moment like this, you don't want to depend on bargain brake parts. So have your brakes checked every year and ask for premium quality Raybestos brand brakes. They're tested and certified for your safety. A life-saving reminder from Raybestos, the best in brakes.
CBS Super Friday kicks off with Super Bowl's greatest commercials. Then the smash hit First Monday. And it's the live Super Bowl concert bash. It's all CBS Super Friday.
The NFL Today is sponsored by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of Super Bowl 36. Nextel, how business gets done. And by Raybestos, the best in brakes, certified for your safety.
Glorious scene here in Pittsburgh as we welcome you back to this special championship edition of the NFL Today. Game time approaching for the Patriots and the Steelers. And right now, let's go to the Heinz Field. Public address announcer Randy Cosgrove.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, to honor America, today's national anthem will be sung by one of Pittsburgh's hometown heroes. Please welcome to Heinz Field, Pittsburgh's own Donnie Iris.
see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
The 111th Fighter Wing from Willow Grove Air Station in Horsham, Pennsylvania. There is so much energy in this arena. It's almost hard to describe. What are the players feeling right now, Dion?
They hyped up. They just want that last hit to go ahead and do this thing.
They can't wait to get that first hit. Somebody going to hit them in the face, or they're going to hit somebody in the face, and then they're ready.
You know, it's moments like this, folks, that I can be reminded why I love this game so much. I lived to playing games like this.
Well, I'm with you all the way. I wish y'all could be sitting here, but you got the next best thing. You're on CBS, and I got goosebumps. Wow.
Bill Cowher said that he told Cordell, is there any place you'd rather be? He's coming down the runway right now. The AFC Championship game straight ahead. We'll see at halftime. Enjoy it all on CBS.
Was the FBI's legendary J. Edgar Hoover part of a conspiracy to put an innocent man in prison and let a guilty man go free? 60 Minutes tonight.
More Americans watch CBS than any other network.
Looking to save piles of cash on some nicely styled bedroom furniture? Look no further than Bedroom Expression's Factory Direct Special Purchase. Right now, we are stocked with incredible deals that we've negotiated with manufacturers who have excess inventory because of the tight economy. Plus, get these tremendous bargains and get no interest for 18 months. So come on down to Bedroom Expression's Factory Direct Special Purchase, where you can load up on bedroom furniture and save a load of cash too. In Grand Rapids, Battle Creek, and Portage.
Hi, I'm Fran Tarkington. This is the key to getting your new car. Even if you have bad credit or no credit at all, just call 1-800-BAR-NONE. Our friendly operators will complete your application in a matter of minutes, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Just one call from the privacy of your home, and you could have your approval package the very next day. It may also include a check for your new car. Even if you've been turned down before, get the car you need and deserve. Call 1-800-BAR-NONE right now.
You used to file your taxes and wait for days, even weeks. Now you'll only have to wait minutes. Introducing Instant Money from H&R Block. The world's first way to walk in with your taxes and walk out with a loan check. Only at H&R Block.
At Verizon, there's one word we use a lot with our customers. No.
I know ways to help you with that.
I know what you mean.
Hey, I know how teenagers can tie up the phone.
Just call. We'll ask, we'll listen, we'll use our know-how to put together the right package of products and services to help make your life a little easier.
Do you know how often you call England?
You know, DSL might work best for you.
Call now. We'll show you what we know.
Let us know if we can help you with anything else.
Verizon.
You're watching the station where news comes first, Channel 3.
CBS Sports welcomes you to the following presentation of the National Football League.
For 6 months, there has been but one goal, one dream, the Super Bowl. Most never get to live that dream, but the players on display today are so close, they can taste it.
1st and 10 Steelers. They give to the bus off the right side. The bus is gone. Touchdown, New England. Here they come. He's hit it. Sack.
35-30, 25-20, going all the way.
Touchdown, Pittsburgh.
The Pittsburgh Steelers are no strangers to postseason glory. The terrible towels signal the charge as Bill Cowher has his team primed for a run at a 5th Super Bowl title. Last week, they dismantled the defending champions, dominating with power and speed worthy of the Steelers of old.
Throws it down the field. Plexus open. He's got it. He's into the end zone for the Steeler touchdown.
The New England Patriots' magical season survived the winter wonderland that was Foxborough last week. Trailing late, the Patriots fought both the Raiders and the elements, led by quarterback Tom Brady. And a call steeped in controversy sent a 6th-year kicker center stage.
Kick is up. Patriots! We're going to the AFC Championship game.
2 AFC teams remain, but only one can survive. The Patriots, the Steelers. The AFC Championship game is next. The battle for AFC supremacy, so hotly contested these last 2 weeks, will be decided here today. From Heinz Field for the AFC Championship, the New England Patriots and the Pittsburgh Steelers. In its inaugural season, Heinz Field is extended to the limit. Its inhabitants have waved the terrible towels in triumph and have basked in the glow of a glorious Steeler run. And now the intruders from New England present the final hurdle. Hi, everyone. Welcome to Pittsburgh. Along with my partner, Phil Simms, I'm Greg Gumbel. Yeah, the Patriots do provide a formidable challenge here today, and anyone who watched Tom Brady's performance in the snow last weekend knows the young New England quarterback can deliver.
Well, what a good job by Tom Brady last week. Pressure situation in a playoff game for the first time. He delivered, got him to the championship game. This week, he's going to face a different kind of pressure. Pressure from the Pittsburgh Steelers, blitzing defense. How will he handle it? And the big key for Tom Brady today, make sure you get rid of the football. Do not take the sacks.
Now, the Pittsburgh offense has had a number of spark plugs this season, but the guy sparking most efficiently has been quarterback Cordell Stewart.
Yeah, Cordell Stewart has been the spark plug for this team. He's just played with so much more confidence this year. Very patient, knowing when to run the football, when to throw it. When he does throw it, he makes good decisions. The key for Cordell Stewart today, the Patriots want to make him win the game. Throwing the football, will he make those good decisions?
So the question of the day, will it be the Pittsburgh Steelers, the AFC's most dominant team all season long, or the Patriots, who arrive on the wings of a 7-game winning streak? With the AFC Championship at stake, one of these teams, 60 minutes from New Orleans. Our kickoff is next.
Sometimes the highly developed male will communicate via hand signals. We have the next game of billiards. Spot on. Would you care for another rolling rock? A rock would be splendid.
You want to play doubles?
Yeah, sure.
Correction. Make that 4 rocks. Well played. I'm excited. Me too.
Rolling Rock beer. Grab a rock.
Wendy's hot and juicy classic double with cheese is made fresh right when you order it, so it tastes better. Wendy's, it's hamburger bliss.
It's a familiar scenario for Pittsburgh fans. The Steelers are hosting the AFC title game for the 4th time in 8 years. On our sidelines today, Armin Katayan and Bonnie Bernstein. Armin is with New England head coach Bill Belichick. Armin.
Coach, how critical is it that you control Cordell Stewart today in some sense of what you want to do defensively to stop him?
Well, that'll be a big key for us. We need to keep him in the pocket and not let him make a lot of loose plays with his legs. Force him to stand back there and throw. It's a lot easier said than done, but that's what we need to try to do.
All right, Coach, thank you. Let's go over to Bonnie.
Cordell, Bill Belichick said one of the keys is containing you in the pocket. How do you try to create opportunities today against the Patriots?
Well, just continue doing what I've been doing all year, not trying to do too much more, not worrying about that, but being concerned about putting my team in position to make some plays and try to get some points on the board. And if they stop me, they got to worry about Jerome, he's back, and everybody else. So it's not just me, it's my whole team.
All right, Cordell, thanks. Greg?
Bonnie, Armin, thank you. A beautiful day in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Sun is shining, a bit breezy down on the field. We'll see how that affects play, particularly the kicking game. The Patriots have won the toss, and they've elected to receive. Are you ready?
Oh, I'm ready. Very excited. The fans were sitting in their seats about 30 minutes before kickoff, waving those towels, and it's just a great atmosphere for a football game.
Chris Brown will kick it away. Patrick pass is deep for the Patriots along with J.R. Redmond. And the AFC Championship game is underway. 5 yards deep into the end zone. Patrick pass will not run it out. And New England will have the ball first down at their own 20-yard line as you look at young Tom Brady. 12-3 as a starting quarterback since he came on early in the season in relief of Drew Bledsoe.
Well, Tom Brady's going to have to get over those butterflies early today. The Patriots are going to come out, throwing the football, get rid of it. That's what he said the key is for him. Don't take the sacks and look for the football to go down the field early and often.
The Patriots begin with an I formation behind Brady. Movement up front. Penalty markers fly. This play doesn't count, although Brady completes the pass over the middle.
Well, right away, what happened?
Before the ball was snapped, false start. New England, number 72. 5-yard penalty still, first down.
Well, we saw it right from the start. The New England offensive line, they got to identify who is going to be the blitzer on each play. That's the key for them.
The rookie, Matt Light, jumped first. In the backfield, Antoine Smith and Mark Edwards. Troy Brown and David Patton, the wide receivers, and Rod Rutledge is the tight end. And Brady spreads the field on 1st and 15 from the 15-yard line.
Boy, how about this championship game? 5 wide receivers for the first play.
Brady pulls it down and goes down. Aaron Smith, number 91, led the charge. The Steelers run the 3-4 defense. It is Smith and Kimo von Oelhoffen on the outside with a great rookie Casey Hampton in the middle.
They run the 3-4 because of this, Greg. John Fiala started today for Earl Holmes, but they have 4 really good linebackers.
In the secondary, Chad Scott and Dwayne Washington are the corners. Alexander and Flowers are the safeties. There's Tim Lewis, defensive coordinator for the number 1 ranked defense in the NFL on the year. Brady gives, and straight ahead is Antoine Smith for very little.
Well, Tom Brady made a nice decision on his first pass. He looked down the field, 5 wide receivers. The Patriots picked up the blitz wonderfully, but nobody was open, so pull the football down, don't make the big turnover early, and just wait till you get into the flow of the football game.
Sacks are nothing new for the Pittsburgh Steelers. Their 55 quarterback sacks led the NFL, and there's the man who has to figure a way around them, the offensive coordinator of the Patriots, Charlie White. Brady on 3rd and 18. Quick pass to the side, and the screen is complete, and Troy Brown out across the 25 to about the 27-yard line. He'll still be about 3 yards shy of a first down. Mike Jones made the stop, and onto the field will come the punting unit.
Well, that's a big play, Greg. It gives them better field position. It makes you feel better about your offense, and also now they know what they're dealing with out here in the crowd noise. The crowd noise was the biggest factor against the Patriots offense that time.
Troy Edwards standing back at his own 30 for the Steelers for the kick from Ken Walter. Left-footed Walter floats it high, and Edwards drifting back. It bounces at the 25-yard line, takes a Steeler bounce, and rolls out of bounds at about the 27. 46-yard kick and no return, and onto the field comes Cordell Stewart, who has had an absolute superb season as the quarterback of the Steelers.
Yeah, what a turnaround for Cordell Stewart. Last year, nobody wanted him here in town. This year, he's played very, very good from the start all the way through the season. Very composed, and the big deal for him, always look for him to run the football early, because Bill Cowher says that takes away the nerves. It makes him feel like he's part of the football game.
Jerome Bettis in the backfield for the first time in 7 weeks. And the bus gets his first handoff. Squirms forward to about the 29 or 30-yard line and pick up 2. It'll be 2nd and 8.
One of the most underpublicized units in the league, the Steelers' offensive line. It might be the best in the NFL.
In the backfield, along with Jerome Bettis, is John Whitman. Burris and Hines Ward, terrific wide receivers, and Jeremy Tooman is the tight end. And Jerome Bettis, after 1 carry, comes to the side, and there are 4 wide receivers in for the Steelers now on 2nd down. From the shotgun, Stewart throws, and that's incomplete, intended for Plexico Burris, trying to hit him on the back shoulder, and it'll be 3rd and 8. The New England defense. Hamilton, Mitchell, rookie Richard Seymour, Anthony Pleasant up front.
When you look at New England's linebackers, the question is, can they stand in there and take the pounding by the running game of the Steelers?
On the corners, Ty Law and Otis Smith, the safeties, to Bucky Jones and Lawyer Malloy. And Romeo Crennel is the man who runs the Patriot defense.
This is what the Patriots want, 3rd and long, so they can give Cordell Stewart a lot of different looks. And here comes the blitz.
Stewart has time, throws incomplete at the 40-yard line, intended for Hines Ward, who slipped as he tried to make the catch, and so it'll be a 3 and out for the Steelers.
Well, both teams did a very good job of picking up the blitz. New England comes with 2 extra blitzers. They get them all at the line of scrimmage. Cordell Stewart, plenty of time to throw it. Both of his throws were off lines. That's just nerves starting out in a big game.
Troy Brown drifting back to the 20-yard line. Nice move at the 30. And reaches the 45-yard line. Troy Brown, the NFL's leading punt returner, with a 25-yard return as we take our first time out.
Pay too much for airfare, and there's nothing left for the vacation. Fly Southwest Airlines from the Midwest to Florida for just $59 each way when you purchase by January 28th. And now is a great time to visit Florida.
You are now free to move about the country.
Make this.
Lease the 2002 Saturn SL1 for $202 a month.
Dennis, got a great deal for you. You sitting down? A potato chip ad, $1 million.
Not interested.
Dennis, I just talked to the chip people, and because you're you, they say $2 million.
What did I just say, Sam?
No, I know, right, sorry. I got them up to 2.5 mil, and there's no eating of the chips. You look at them.
For the last time, I don't do ads, all right?
No, and you shouldn't.
And that's final.
That I know, you're right.
Done.
Exactly. I'll tell them, maybe.
as you look at Tom Brady's incredible second-half numbers from last week's game, Tom Brady was as relaxed a young quarterback as you could possibly imagine when we talked with him yesterday. Fine field position for New England at their own 45. Brady on the move, throws over the middle, in and out of the hands of his intended receiver, J.R. Redmond.
Well, Greg, you were right when you're talking about Tom Brady. I looked at him yesterday when we were talking to him. I said, you know, Tom, you guys cannot run the football against the Steelers defense. And what did he? He looked at me, gave me a little smile, and he goes, I guess that just means we're going to have to throw it. He's excited about it. But what we've seen here early, physically, they're picking up the blitz. They're getting in the right positions, but they are not keeping the pass rushers out long enough for Tom Brady.
On 2nd and 10, Antoine Smith straight ahead for a couple, pulls his way to about the 48-yard line. You know, as we talked to Tom Brady about that comeback that was made in the second half in the snowstorm last week, he said when we were trailing by 10 with 9 minutes to play, everything that is supposed to kick in at that time of the game kicked in perfectly.
Yeah, it did. They had to have about 10 different things go right for him, and all 10 went their way. That's why they won the game in overtime. But again, the Steeler defense, you watch it on film, you think you can do certain things against it, then you line up against them, and you go, oh man, they're a lot better in person than it looked on film.
3rd and 7. And a whistle and a flag, and this play will not count, although Brady will unload it anyway.
Before the ball was snapped, false start, New England, number 63. 5-yard penalty, and it's still 3rd down.
That time it was right guard Joe Andruzzi, and we've seen a couple of signs of a few jitters and tightness already today.
Well, there's got to be. First off, especially from New England, crowd noise is huge because they can't hear the quarterback. But you're playing a defense that's fast. You know it's good athletically, and they move around a lot. So everything is working against the New England offensive line here in the start of the game.
Brady and the Patriots facing a 3rd and 12 and need the Pittsburgh 45 for a first down.
What hash was it on?
And our first.
Here we go, say our first conference of the day. There you
right.
go. Well, they want to know, hey, how was last night? Was it a good night? Did you have good food? See, they're nervous too. Big game, championship.
Well, they've got it talked out.
Please reset the clock to 11:44. 11:44 on the clock.
So we'll add 4 more seconds to the game clock. Make up. 3rd and 12. New England winners of 7 straight, 9 of their last 10 games. J.R. Redmond is the lone back alongside Brady. No blitz this time. The pass over the middle is complete. Redmond spinning at midfield and goes down and is a good 5 yards shy of first down yardage.
Well, the Steelers, they know it's 3rd and long, so they're going to play safe defense. They're going to make Tom Brady throw the football short. And when you do that against the Steeler defense, they're very good running to the football and excellent tacklers.
Troy Edwards standing back at his own 20-yard line, awaiting the kick from Ken Walter. Bouncing inside the 15 and grabbed at the 12-yard line and going down at the hands of Gerard Cherry. So excellent defensive positioning for the Patriots. 10:35 to play in the first.
Every Saturday, I get together and play football with the guys. But this Saturday, I had to take a time out.
Hey, Steve, you okay?
It's my throat. It's all dry.
Hey, mine too. I think I got just what you guys need. Come on.
It was a good thing Brad was there. He explained that we were thirsty, and he gave us ice-cold Bud Lights. He told us that by drinking the Bud Light, parched feeling would go away. You know what? He was right.
For the great taste that won't fill you up and never lets you down, make it a Bud Light.
It responds to the power of your voice.
It lets you focus on the road ahead.
OnStar Personal Calling.
Call Commissioner Gordon. With the safety of hands-free dialing, you can concentrate on more important things, like driving.
Gordon here. I'm on my way.
You could win a walk-on part in the next Batman movie or an OnStar-equipped vehicle. Go to OnStar.com.
The brain basically has two sides. The right side, which is the pizza side, or the left side, which is the sandwich side. Thanks to the revolutionary new Pizzone from Pizza Hut, the conflict between the two sides is over. Finito. No mas. Because the Pizzone is the pizza you eat like a sandwich. It's mozzarella cheese and tantalizing toppings. Sandwich calzone style. 51 cubic inches of perfection. So big, we dare you to eat it alone. $5.99 or have a Pizzone party. 2 for $10.99. The Pizzone revolution. Only at Pizza Hut. Join us.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Southwest Airlines, proud sponsor of the NFL and official airline of Super Bowl 36. Open the Small Business Network. New tools for a small business economy from American Express. And by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper butler. Be you, nothing's better. Dr. Pepper.
Welcome back to Pittsburgh. 10 minutes, 35 seconds to play in a scoreless first quarter. Neither team has been able to get anything going offensively as Cordell Stewart brings the Steelers to the line. Bettis and Whitman in the backfield. And a pitch for Bettis, and Bettis wrapped up inside the 10-yard line. Willie McGinnis was first to him, and let's check in with Bonnie Bernstein. Bonnie.
Well, Greg, Jerome Bettis says that botched painkiller injection was almost a blessing in disguise this week. His running, his cutting, his burst much better than last week. But one thing he did, he went back and looked at all 225 of his runs this year. He said, I looked at my footwork, I looked at the way I ran. I just kind of wanted to relive all those moments to try to ward off some of that dreaded rust.
All right, Bonnie, he has 2 carries for 0 yardage. He lost 2 on that play. It's a 2nd and 12. Stewart to throw. Far side, incomplete, penalty markers fly. Otis Smith with the coverage on Plexico Burris. Now, in talking with the New England cornerbacks yesterday, they both said they're going to play tough and up close.
You think so? We talked to Otis Smith and Ty Law yesterday together, and Greg, you were sitting about 3 feet away from him.
Pass interference, New England, number 45. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul, first down.
Well, let's watch the replay real quick. Twice Cordell Stewart's had this throw. That time Otis Smith contact as Plexico Burris goes up to try to catch it. But Greg, they were so fired up, so upset, and so determined to do a good job today. They made you move back about 3 feet because they were ready to hit you.
Stewart, the screen on first down. Bettis on the move, and Bettis out across the 35-yard line. 12 yards and another first down.
Well, when you're too aggressive going to the quarterback, what happens to you is this. Cordell Stewart going back, it's a screen. The pass rushers in a hurry to get there. Roman Pfeiffer, a linebacker on the blitz. That leaves nobody out there to tackle Jerome Bettis. And what did Jerome Bettis tell us? He says, early in the game, I'm just going to have to look somebody up and get some contact. We got a good lick right there.
First down, Pittsburgh at their own 37. Bettis will try the right side this time as penalty markers fly. And Bettis is down at about the line of scrimmage. Teddy Bruschi the first to reach him. No gain on the play, and let's check the flag.
I think the umpire threw the flag, Greg. Usually this is a very unusual call.
Here's Ed Hockley.
Illegal hands to the face. New England, number 91. It's a 5-yard penalty and an automatic first down.
That's defensive end Bobby Hamilton.
Yeah, Bobby Hamilton probably just trying to get good explosion against an offensive lineman. Lets the hands go to the face, and that's pretty easy to spot when you do that.
Second New England penalty on this drive. Bettis with a breather on the side.
Well, when you've been out 7 weeks, do not expect Jerome Bettis to carry the football 25 to 30 times today.
Stewart, quick drop, quick pass, incomplete. Intended for tight end Jeremy Tooman, and middle linebacker Teddy Bruschi was there.
Well, what they had this time, New England being aggressive early in the game, especially on defense. Teddy Bruschi on the coverage, but one of the corners, Otis Smith, was on a blitz. Nice coverage by Bruschi against Tooman.
Teddy Bruschi has had a terrific season for Bill Belichick. A couple of sacks, a couple of interceptions.
Greg, that time Ty Law was on a blitz.
Stewart lost the football. The pile up at the 39-yard line.
Third down.
And it appears that the Steelers recover.
Well, when this happens, I can just hear all the coaches up in the booth going, my gosh, ever since training camp, we've been working, but those things, these mistakes can happen, especially there's Mike Mularkey, offensive coordinator for the Steelers. You're nervous, you're trying to identify defense, you got to play on where you got to really take a chance to block somebody from the center position, makes a bad snap.
3rd and 13 now for Stewart, who operates out of the shotgun, and here comes the blitz. Gets it away, passes incomplete through the hands of Chris Fuamatu Ma'afala.
Well, the New England defense, I said it, what they want to do, and they're doing it too, Greg. They are showing everything. It's 3rd and long, no safe defense here. Look at the linebackers, 1 from that side, 2, 6 people coming. Pretty good pickup, and look at the hit. Roman Pfeiffer gets a nice lick on Cordell Stewart.
The kick toward the sideline, and Troy Brown grabs it and runs out of bounds at the 15-yard line. Nice kick by Josh Miller of the Steelers, 46 yards.
Everything can be as good as the original, but Diet Dr. Pepper is. Diet Dr. Pepper tastes more like regular Dr. Pepper.
They are the pistons. They are the bearings. They are the spark plugs. Small business is the engine that drives the economy. Because the future of business is small business, we created Open, the Small Business Network. New tools, services, and savings for a small business economy. From American Express.
Make this.
Lease the 2002 Saturn SL1 for $202 a month.
For 7 years, no drama has beaten ER until CSI came along. See why it's the most watched drama of the season. CBS Thursday, one of CSI's own.
Who is this?
Is held hostage in a bizarre kidnapping. Now she's the one leaving clues behind.
If she wants to get us a message, she will.
All new CSI, CBS Thursday.
Tonight on CBS, Max Bickford gets a wake-up call from his doctor. Now he's on a mission to fight the fat. Oscar winner Richard Dreyfuss stars in an all-new education of Max Bickford tonight here on CBS, America's most watched network. That's what New England has done on his first 2 possessions. J.R. Redmond in the backfield and Brady to throw on first down once again. Waits, and then throws it away. His intended receiver, David Patton, to the near side. And on offense, they are not hesitating once they grab the football, are they?
No, they're not, Greg. You know, the one thing, though, remember what Bill Belichick said. We know we can figure out the blitzes. We can get people in position to block them. But they're worried about what's going physically as they go to the hurry-up offense, because you cannot duplicate the skill and the speed of the Steelers' defensive players in practice.
Going with the no huddle, and Brady throws over over the middle and complete across the 25 and out to the 30 is Troy Brown.
And that's where
there's a late penalty marker flying in from deep in the secondary.
Sorry, Greg. So that's where they want to throw the football to Troy Brown, and I'll show you why here in 1 second.
Conference number 2 of the day on the far side of the field.
Greg, why they want to throw it to Troy Brown? They're going to play him inside. That puts a safety on him. Lee Flowers, Troy Brown, tremendous season.
There was no face mask foul on the and was on the helmet but did not pull the mask. The play results in a first down.
All right, good explanation. Let's look at the catch. Troy Brown, here he is against Lee Flowers. Nice little move to the outside, just enough. Create space, catches it, and then protect the football against a swarming defense.
First down of the day, and there you see what was the possible penalty and was decided it wasn't. Quick pass, and that's complete to Troy Brown to about the 35-yard line.
Yeah, good shot by that, Greg. Just a hand on the helmet and a good conference by the officials to get the call right.
And once again, the Patriots go without a huddle. Remember, neither team has crossed midfield so far today.
You know, I was close. I said the Patriots going to come out during the week and be conservative, and here they come, just letting it go. Another blitz.
This time, Brady pulls it down and then falls at the 36-yard line, so he picked up a yard on the play. John Fiala with the stop, and now the Patriots are looking at a 3rd and 4.
I think when we met with the coaches yesterday and Bill Belichick was telling us what they're going to do, I was like, oh my, you're kidding. But that's what happens when you get in big games. Don't be afraid to try to win the game. Don't be concerned, oh, if we make a mistake, make the plays.
Here comes another blitz pass over the middle, and fighting for first down yardage is Jermaine Wiggins, and he didn't get there. The spot is going to come up about a half yard short of a first down.
Well, another blitz, and the Patriots again just get somebody on every blitzer. This time, John Fiala comes in. Look at J.R. Redmond come across the formation, make a nice block against Kendrell Bell. But again, good tackling down the field.
And we're going to have a measurement here. And as we talk to Bill Belichick, you know, we're saying, well, what are you going to do about all those blitzers? And basically, Coach was saying, well, I'm not going to let them come unimpeded, Phil.
He was a little insulted that we said that to him, and it's about a foot short, and I think they'll punt the football here. And I'm probably thinking wrong.
As you say that, number 44, Mark Edwards, comes onto the field on 4th and 1, and Tom Brady's still out there. The Patriots are going to go for it.
And let me go on record quick here. I really disagree with this. Field position is too important. You've had a really good start to the game. If you're the Patriots, you withstood Pittsburgh's initial onslaught on defense and offense.
You see New England's numbers on 4th down. Antoine Smith, Mark Edwards in the backfield. Brady calls timeout.
Well, that makes sense.
Hoping to pull the defense offside. It didn't happen. Running out of time. The punting unit will be on the field when we come back.
Some people have a passion for driving. One such person is engineer Chris Marr. For the all-new GMC Yukon XL Denali, Chris and the team paired a 320 horsepower V8 to full-time all-wheel drive for a mix of power and agility found in no other SUV. To quote Chris, who says you can't teach a big dog new tricks? Introducing the GMC Yukon XL Denali.
Madonna Immobile, qual piuma al vento, muta da cento, e di pensiero.
Singular wireless nationwide plans. No roaming or long distance charges, plus 3,000 night and weekend bonus minutes.
Muta da
Think of e-business as a game. You got players, you got management, you got opponents who don't always play by the rules. This game takes strategy. and the ability to move that metaphorical ball that is information with more money on the line than in any other game that's ever been played. E-business isn't just a game, it's the game. So if you're going to play, play to win.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Bud Light. For the great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light. And by GMC. From professional-grade people come professional-grade SUVs.
As we come back to play, Phil, is it preferable to burn a timeout there rather than taking the 5-yard penalty?
Yeah, it is, Greg. You play field position to the max in the first half. You waste the timeouts in the first half. You save them in the second.
Troy Edwards is deep. What a kick. What a kick by Ken Walter. And this one will bounce at the 5 and take a sidewards bounce and is down just inside the 10-yard line. 52-yard punt by Ken Walter of the Patriots. This reminder, Saturday, February 9th, join the NFL's biggest stars for the 2002 Pro Bowl. Tom Brady, Cordell Stewart, Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulk among those expected. We ask you to check your local listings.
Let me rephrase that. You use your timeouts freely in the first half. You can serve them in the second half because you need them in case you're trying to win the game late.
You waste them in extreme circumstances.
Yeah, waste is not a good word when you're talking about this game.
Well, Pittsburgh has had the worst of the field position battle so far. Bettis and Whitman in the backfield now as Cordell Stewart operates from his own 9-yard line. The pitch for Bettis, trying to turn the corner. Doesn't get there. Ted Johnson led the charge, and he's dropped back at his own 6-yard line, a loss of 3.
Greg, there is no doubt Jerome Bettis is not as fast and as powerful as we've seen him in the past. This time, trying to decide where to go. Well, maybe he's just not as quick and powerful because there are no holes to run in yet so far.
You know, we talked with Jerome on Friday, and he was adamant as he comes to the sideline, adamant about saying he wasn't going to be missing anything.
Yeah, you know what? Again, just like the Patriots offense getting ready for Pittsburgh's defense, practice speed and game speed, no matter how hard you try, they're different.
Amos Zeroué is onto the field now on 2nd and 13. Stewart fakes the pass, almost gets wrapped up in his own end zone and makes it out to about the 2 or 3-yard line. A loss of 4 on the play, and it's 3rd and 17. And so far, the only pass that Cordell Stewart has completed was a 5-yard screen pass to Bettis.
Well, this is the fake screen left. Sweep right with the quarterback, but the problem was it was against the blitz, and Bobby Hamilton, number 91, had him in the end zone. Cordell Stewart, Greg, you said it. He's big, he's strong, hard to bring down sometimes just one-on-one.
Oh, how many times did we hear the Patriots say yesterday, he's more than a quarterback, he's another running back in the game.
Well, you said while watching him warm up, he's 20 pounds from a linebacker. But he has very strong legs, helps him get out of trouble.
Out of his own end zone, pass this side to a wide-open Zeroué to the 10, to the 11. And that'll be well short of a first down. Mike Vrabel made the stop after a 9-yard pickup, and the Steelers forced to kick.
Well, patience. I tell you, the one thing I like, both teams on offense showing some patience, not gambling. To the other side, there's good defenses when you get to the championship game. And the Patriots, Greg, are doing everything defensively, making it difficult for the Steelers offense.
Outside of that near heart attack that you had on 4th and 1, everything's been pretty steady. Josh Miller's line drive kick, and that one takes a Steeler bounce, and what a punt. That one all the way down and inside the 25-yard line. Good for a 64-yard kick, but there's a penalty marker down.
Troy Brown should have caught the football and stepped out of bounds. Instead, he lets it go, hits in, and rolls another 15 to 20 yards.
And it's against New England.
There we go.
Nope, it's against Pittsburgh. Bill Cowher saying, Ed, talk to me.
Well, Bill Cowher knows what a wonderful change of field position he got out of that, and now I don't think you have to ask the Patriots. They're going to want you to re-kick it.
Oh, they're not likely to get another kick of that nature.
Pittsburgh, number 81, went out of bounds without being pushed out of bounds, which is a 5-yard penalty. Repeat, 4th down.
Yes, it is. Troy Edwards, number 81, on the outside. He runs outside, out of bounds, not pushed by Terrell Buckley. And he didn't get back in quick enough either, probably. But you're allowed to go out of bounds. If you get pushed, just make sure you get back in as fast as possible. Boy, big break for the New England Patriots here.
So now Josh Miller will have to kick it again. He's back at the end of the end zone.
Wow, that's the first time I've heard the crowd quiet today.
What a change. I'm thinking, what a change of scenery for these New England Patriots from last Saturday night in Foxborough, but we've experienced the same change.
It is incredible. Now, the other thing, too, as we got ready for this game today, the Steelers very concerned about the punt returns by the New England Patriots. And the Patriots think they have a decided advantage in special teams, especially with their punt return team.
See how Miller does with this one.
Down the middle.
Troy Brown from the 45. To the 40. To the 30. Brown to the 15. To the 5. Touchdown!
Bill Cowher, they've been kicking to the sidelines. The kick before was to the sidelines. They kick it right down the middle. They give all the options to Troy Brown and to the New England Patriots, and they take advantage of it. Right down the middle. Watch Troy Brown. Little hesitation, and then right up the middle, and such a big hole. Nice job of just staying out of the way of the tackles. Good blocking downfield. Boy, Terrell Buckley, terrific job of blocking, and that's what they wanted. A special teams scoring opportunity. They got it.
The second punt return touchdown allowed by the Steelers in 2 weeks. Jermaine Lewis did it for the Ravens last week. Vinatieri for the extra point. And it's good. Bill Cowher could not have been more explicit. We don't want Troy Brown bringing punts back right up the middle. He did.
They all laughed at Christopher Columbus when he said the world was round. They all laughed when Edison recorded sound.
So who is Motor Trend's 2002 Sport Utility of the Year? The GMC Envoy. Those who say America can't compete don't take test drives. We are professional grade.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Who's got the last laugh now?
Love playing around with stuff? Then get into Best Buy, where you can play around as long as you'd like. Actually, that's half the fun. Best Buy. Go ahead, turn on the fun.
So your competition is very high, and we want you to get the jobs.
Of all the things that a small business builds, creates, produces, the most important may be opportunity. Because small business is about creating opportunity, we created one for them. Open, the Small Business Network. New tools, services, and savings for a small business economy. From American Express.
How beautiful is Pebble Beach? Oh, I bet it's brutal. With the ocean, the wind, the rain. You know what scares me the most? The 18th hole. Bill Murray. The AT&T Pebble Beach National Pro-Am's on CBS. You gotta get it. Yeah.
55-yard punt return by Troy Brown has the New England Patriots on top with 3:42 to play in the first quarter.
Well, there's a reason why they gave up a punt return last week and won this week. Bill Cowher really getting on the officials. I don't know if it's for the penalty call or he thought some of his players were being held during the return, but we saw a lot of replays. I saw no holding there.
Bill Cowher is totally upset. Troy Brown returned 2 punts for touchdowns during the regular season, an 85-yarder against Cleveland, 68 yards against the Carolina Panthers.
Well, when we get a chance to show you the replay, you're going to see why they've given up touchdowns in the return game the last 2 weeks. Now, you know, when New England coming here, scoring first is a tremendous pressure just taken off of them now. Now you can play. You got a little freedom. You can afford a mistake if it happens, and it just makes players and coaches be a little more creative and loose.
This is Troy Edwards at the 10. The 20. And down at about the 23 or 24-yard line by Fred Coleman. Let's go back to the touchdown.
Yeah, let's look at it. I want to show you some good blocks. Watch Troy Brown in the middle of the field. I want to say, look at the blocks. There's no blocks. It's just Troy Brown making a nice run up the middle. Pittsburgh just out of position in the punt game, but watch Troy Edwards.
Troy Edwards is the one who ran out of bounds, committed the penalty. He never got off the line of scrimmage on the re-kick.
What a job by the Patriots. That time it was Terrell Buckley was doing it, and so was Antoine Harris.
First down, Pittsburgh from their own 24. Stewart throws out in the flat, and that is complete to Kreider, the fullback. The New England Patriots, when you say they lead here, consider that entire game against the Raiders, they never led until it was over.
Well, you know, you look at this game today, Greg, we've talked about the New England defense, some of the things they want to try to do. But this Pittsburgh offense, they were really counting on one fact, the fact that their offensive line can overpower New England's defensive line, and they can run the football. And when you do that, everything opens up for the Steelers offense.
Stewart, under pressure, gets away, right up the middle, to the 40, 45, midfield, and one man to beat. Can't beat Otis Smith, and he's run out of bounds. 34 yards for Cordell Stewart and a big first down.
Well, that's what the defense of New England, they got the perfect play on again to stop him. And Cordell Stewart, he avoided a safety. Look at the blitz. Here it comes. Nowhere to go. Breaks a tackle. Just gets away from another one. And then Lawyer Malloy, no chance in the middle of the field. Cordell Stewart can run just like a running back in situations like that. Nice blocking down the field by Jermaine Tooman.
All of a sudden, the Steelers in New England territory. Pass to the far side, and that one is complete. And Hines Ward inside the 35-yard line, and appears to be a little hitting on the far side of the field, doesn't it?
A little. Everybody's running, trying to get some licks in. Jerome Bettis in the backfield actually became almost a lead blocker after the ball was caught. He ran down there so fast.
Hines Ward with his first catch of the day, a 4-yard gain. The line of scrimmage is the 34, and it's 2nd and 6.
Well, the way you stop a running quarterback is you blitz him. In other words, you just cover the whole front of him, where when he wants to run, there's nowhere to go. The Patriots just a little out of position. Cordell Stewart took advantage of it.
The give is to Bettis. You know, we've heard so much about this confrontation with Ty Law, and we asked Ty Law about his alleged comments, and he said, you know, nothing could be further from the truth. It was a fabrication by some writer. He said, they're very much like we are. They like to hit people in the mouth. We like to hit people in the mouth. And he said it came out that I said, we're going to go up there and hit him in the mouth.
Yeah, he was, besides feeling like they're getting no chance to win the game, he was pretty upset over those comments that were printed, and he let us know that yesterday when we talked to him. Another blitz.
From shotgun on 3rd and 5. The pass is complete inside the 30, inside the 25 to Bobby Shaw, and a first down for the Steelers.
Well, we showed you on the other side, Troy Brown going against the safety and Lee Flowers. This time you got Bobby Shaw, wide receiver, going against Tabucky Jones, who is a safety. He faked inside. When he broke outside, look how wide open he is. And again, the Steelers' offensive line and the running backs doing a good job of picking up the blitzers.
Coming down to the final moments of the first quarter here, Bettis and Kreider in the backfield. And the fake, the pass out to the side, that's complete to the tight end, Cushing. And Cushing inside the 15-yard line and very close to another first down. Mike Vrabel with the stop. So as time winds down in the first quarter, The Steelers trail by 7, but they're on the move. That's the end of 1. New England 7, the Steelers nothing, and we're coming back to Heinz Field for more right after this.
Make this.
Lease a 2002 Saturn SL1 for $202 a month.
So, what exactly are we up against?
These guys are bad.
Bad as in good?
No, bad as in evil. They lie. They cheat. They don't play by the rules.
What do we do?
2 words. Defense.
Best defense is a good defense.
His name is Henry, Clay Henry. He's a fireman and a Jared fan from Subway. He got real big on burgers and fries. Now he's down to a smaller size. Gets his might from his veggie delight. Great taste each day from his local Subway. He's Henry, Clay Henry.
With exercise and a diet including Subway's 7 delicious sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less, people like Clay Henry are inspirations for everyone.
Subway, eat fresh.
Proud sponsor of the American Heart Association's Heart Walk.
This man admits killing his girlfriend, but he'll never go to prison for it.
We were outwitted by a psychopath.
Will there be justice for Brenda? 48 Hours, Monday.
The New York Times says Dave's by far the best of the late-night hosts, and Time, Rolling Stone, and Entertainment Weekly say The Late Show is one of TV's finest. Don't miss the Emmy-winning Late Show, Monday.
On Super Bowl Sunday, you can vote for the game's MVP. Your vote counts toward deciding the winner. Log on to SuperBowl.com or America Online keyword SuperBowl.com.
Now, you know, I have been just burning up the computer the last couple of weeks for all the people out there. I never use it. Greg makes fun of me because he lives on it because he has no life. But just kidding, partner. But look at Pittsburgh's red zone off all the first 3 possessions, 29 yards. 60-some yards on this possession.
Cordell Stewart has completed 5 straight passes, and he's thrown in a 34-yard run for good measure. First down from the 13. Bledsoe pulls across the 10 to the 9-yard line. Pick up a 4, and it's 2nd and 6.
Yeah, when you look at Pittsburgh's offense, they're not that good in the red zone. They kick a lot of field goals. 29th in the National Football League. The Patriots very good, but it really doesn't make sense to me. I understand Pittsburgh's ahead. Sometimes they go for the field goals, but when you got a mobile quarterback, good wide receivers, a creative game plan, and good running backs, you should be one of the best inside the 20-yard line scoring touchdowns.
Side of the ball, the New England Patriots have been outstanding in the red zone defensively as Stewart dancing around and goes down at the 11-yard line. We specifically talked with Bill Belichick about his red zone defense.
Oh, he said, hey, look, he looks at me and laughs like I know it inside out because he coached for the Giants for so many years. And Cordell having trouble with the snaps so far today. But Bill Belichick says the key to our defense is we just take away some of the easy plays that the offense wants to do. We make them, we'll give them throws, but it's going to be the throws way outside of the sidelines, and most teams are not willing to try it once they're going in to try to score.
Play clock is down to 5 as Stewart and the Steelers look at 3rd and 8. Pulls it down, and now Stewart is on the move. Penalty marker down, throw into the end zone is incomplete, and let's check the flag.
Usually when a quarterback moves like that, yep, it's going to be a hold because the offensive lineman's going, hey, what's going on here? He's wondering why the defensive lineman just takes off and runs away from him.
Holding Pittsburgh, number 77. The penalty is declined. Brings up 4th down.
So that's Marvell Smith, the 2nd-year tackle, and that'll bring Chris Brown and the field goal unit on. And to say that things have been adventurous here at Heinz Field for place kicker Chris Brown is an understatement. He's missed 15 or 14 field goals on the season, 10 at home. and won last week in the postseason. And this south end of the field is the trouble spot as far as the wind is concerned. From 30 yards out, he hit that one hard and he hit it straight. Who do you think is happier, Bill Cowher or Chris Brown? 7-3, Patriots lead.
From soldiers to prisoners.
Over 2,000 of your allied had just entered my camp.
There's an escape going to take place.
35 men go under the wire. From prisoners.
You know where those Russians go? Munitions plant. I need to take out that target.
To heroes.
As long as my son knows everything's okay.
Bruce Willis.
One man will not be sacrificed, and that's the way it has to be.
Heart's War. Rated R. February 15th at theaters everywhere.
There's a light in your soul. It says you're one of a kind. Don't never let it go. Be original, an individual, yeah, like Dr. Pepper. Be you, do what you do. Dr. Pepper. Be you, do what.
Be sure to pick up Garth's new album, Scarecrow, wherever great music is sold.
They're the ones who say, you're always right. They say they're not happy until you are. Because small business is about a higher level of customer service, we created a higher level for them. Open, the Small Business Network. New tools, services, and savings for a small business economy. From American Express.
Real viewers like you are raving about CBS's The Agency, calling it captivating, compelling, a fascinating insight into the intriguing world of the CIA.
This agency will not hide from its duty.
Thursday, the war on terrorism.
The shooting at the main gate
Comes to the CIA's front door.
What in God's name has happened?
A powerful, all-new agency, CBS Thursday.
This is Tom Brady of the New England Patriots. The men and women protecting our country are America's true heroes, today and every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom Brady. And each week we had our wishes as well. You know, Chris Brown, that field goal was all the more miraculous because as he was warming up, Jerry Glanville was all over him out on the field.
Oh, it was. I thought Chris Brown should have just lined up and kicked one at him because he was watching every kick, analyzing it, and just, you know, he kicked it very well during warm-ups.
From the 13-yard line, this is Patrick Pass to the 30 and over the 30 to about the 33-yard line and brought down by Lindsey Jackson, and we check in with Armin.
Greg, it's really no surprise what Troy Brown has done today or set a team record with 101 receptions this year, because when you talk to him, the words like persistency, consistency, and hard work come up time and time again. It really dates back to his days as a teenager in South Carolina, where he used to haul watermelons, pick them up 10 to 12 hours a day. Not only strengthened his work ethic, but really developed his strength of his hands. Back to you.
All right, Armin, yeah, that'll explain those arms of his. The 33-yard line, the line of scrimmage. The give is to Antoine Smith, and Antoine Smith to about the 35, the 36-yard line. It'll be 2nd and 7.
You know, Armin talking about Troy Brown. Greg, we talked to him last week, and, you know, it's always nice to see guys like him come in the league, have no chance, just trying to survive, and then, like 5 years later, all of a sudden, they're a starting wide receiver, and not only do they start, they're extremely productive, and this year just bears that out, over 100% receptions.
Coming this way now, and across the 35 to the 40 is Antoine Smith. You know, Troy Brown hasn't had a touchdown catch in 6+ consecutive games, but he's had 3 punt returns for touchdowns. On the screen there, boy, he has an ability to weave his way through traffic, which serves him well on those punt returns, just like this one.
Well, you know you've arrived as a wide receiver when the offense finds ways and design plays just for you, and the Patriots do that for Troy Brown.
Brady from the shotgun. Quick pass this side, and that is complete and out of bounds to Charles Johnson, number 81.
Well, you know, I keep watching this game. Both defenses being creative, blitzing, but both offenses getting in good position to pick it up. Finally, Tom Brady has time to throw the football to the sideline, finds a wide open receiver against Dwayne Washington.
Charles Johnson with his first reception since the 25th of November.
Charles Johnson, a former first-round draft pick by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Brady play fakes on first down, steps up and goes deep and has his man wide open and overthrew him. David Patton had beaten his man and just couldn't catch up.
Well, Tom Brady probably had to be a little careful because he's getting ready to get smashed by Jason Gilden. So he throws it in a safe spot, and David Patton, one of the fastest wide receivers you'll see. That was a late hit, really, and it was low. Nice move, but he needed to stick the football in there on a line, but just didn't make the right decision on where to throw it.
2nd and 10. Brady looks back this way and completes it to Redmond. Redmond looking for running room and runs out of room. Is down back to 41-yard line. Kendrell Bell, the NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, heads him for a 6-yard loss.
Well, Tom Brady limping just a little bit from that hit because you could see his ankle turn on the play before. But the one thing, Greg, last week we saw, I think, at least 10 screen plays by the New England Patriots. That might be all of them we're going to see today. The Patriots knew Pittsburgh was too good on defense, too fast, and they knew they'd be working on them all week too, so not going to try too many of them.
Steeler fans on their feet on 3rd and 16. Brady steps up over the middle, complete inside the 40-yard line to Troy Brown, and that's enough for a first down, and the Steelers are saying incomplete.
What a throw by Tom Brady, and terrific protection allows him to get the time to throw the ball down the middle to Troy Brown. Jason Gilden on Troy Brown, not a good matchup.
And now here comes the red marker. It means Bill Cowher wants to challenge this call.
Well, we could not see from that angle.
Pittsburgh is challenging the ruling on the field that it was a completed pass.
So we go into replay mode for the first time today.
Pretty big replay, too.
We didn't have any good thing because we didn't have any big ones last week, did we?
No, we didn't. No such thing as a little one you get in the playoffs. Troy Brown has possession, turns, hand is under the football. It comes out, but it's after he hits the ground. Let's look at it again. This is not going to be a good angle because we lose sight of the football.
Let's try this one. Check where Troy Brown's hands are when he goes down to the ground.
I got to get down here because of sunlight. Hand is underneath the football. Is that how you see it, Greg?
I'm going to say that that's a catch. And it's going to be a very unpopular decision here in Pittsburgh.
Now, you know, they did kind of change this rule a little bit a couple years ago. If you remember when the Tampa Bay Buccaneers were playing the St. Louis Rams in a championship game, it used to be the ball, even if you had control, it couldn't hit the ground first. But that's not the case in this play.
Well, Ed Hockley is going to take a good long look. We're at 10:26 to play in the first half.
Yeah, it's pretty tight, and it's going to be how he interprets the rule. He has to have total control of the football once he hits the ground. Elbows on the ground. Elbow hit the ground. He had control of the football when his elbow hit the ground. Let's look at that one more time.
Well, Ed Hockley has made his decision.
A body part, see, I didn't recognize it the first time. Watch, he catches it, total control, elbow hits the ground, you're down. Complete pass. I haven't got one of these right all year. This one I'm going to get right. Everybody's laughing at me.
After reviewing the play, the receiver never had complete control of the ball. The ball hit the ground. Therefore, the pass was incomplete. The ball will go back, and it is 3rd and 15 on the 42-yard line. will put 8 seconds back on the clock. Please reset the clock.
Let's watch it again. Does he have control of it?
I thought he did.
Well, you got to be on the ground to have control.
But, yeah.
And regardless what it is, Greg, you have to remain in control of the football even after you hit the ground.
Well, how unusual for us to be in the middle of a questionable replay call.
Well, that's a tough call.
Yeah.
Now Ed Hockley is going to explain it to Bill Belichick.
Meanwhile, that wipes out what would have been a 19-yard gain and a New England first down.
So the key there, even though it looked like he had control, even after he hit the ground, he has to keep it in his control at all times.
And you know, the Patriots, despite leading this game 7-3, have yet to cross over into Steeler territory on offense today. So number 13 is Ken Walter, and he will get this kick away once the officials have finished discussing matters.
Well, Ed Hockley is going to go back. I think they're going to.
We're just checking to be sure we've got the correct spot. We're not changing the ruling.
Let's go see either the time or the yard line.
Well, as they take a look at that, you'd have to say that the New England Patriots have to be happy with the way this game has gone so far.
Oh, they got to be ecstatic. They were just hoping to hang in there. I think even on offense, Greg, they're starting to find protecting a little better and what they can do throwing the football down the field.
Well, the Patriots told us that Tom Brady said we worked on protection a lot this week, and the Steelers have not quite created the havoc in the backfield the way they did a week ago against the Baltimore Ravens. That's Troy Edwards standing at his own 15-yard line. This one off the side of his foot and out of bounds, and this is going to be the worst punt of the day for Ken Walter. 10:27 to play. Great field position when we come back to Pittsburgh.
Listen to the game. AM and PM, we got something new.
The new Egg Witch Muffin Sandwich. Egg, Canadian-style bacon and cheese, just 99 cents.
BKNPB, something new for you.
And for later on, the new King Supreme. More beef than a Big Mac, with saucier sauce, always flame broiled, never fried.
Every night and day, BB&B can let you have it your way.
Listen up. We brought in a very special consultant to help us with our fundamentals.
This is a triangle.
Triangle.
What's this?
Triangle.
What's this?
Triangle. What's this?
The bill.
What'd that cost?
It's $4 million.
And he's not going to stick around to see if it works?
Let's go.
Is that supposed to be fun?
Introducing a vehicle designed for your adventures in reality. The all-new, more powerful CR-V from Honda.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Burger King, home of the Whopper. The all-new Honda CR-V, a vehicle designed for your adventures in reality. And by IBM. E-business is the game. Play to win.
On a beautiful day in Pittsburgh, not a beautiful punt by Ken Walter. His previous punt was 52 yards. This last one just 18 yards and gives Pittsburgh possession at their own 40-yard line. Jerome Bettis, Dan Kreider in the backfield behind Cordell Stewart.
Gonna go long.
Stewart going deep down this side for Hines Ward. Oh, what a catch. Did he come down inbounds? The official says no.
Cordell was faking like he was going to go out, and they were going to snap it to the running back. He walked back underneath the center because they run that play a lot. Trying to catch New England off guard, throws it down the field.
Well, one official said no, and now they're talking about it.
Hines Ward gets the push off, hits the ground. Did not, looks like, now that time it didn't look like he had control of the football as he goes down.
As he slid across the end line, up to the outside line.
Oh, that's dark. But Greg, the last play, I thought he had control as the ball, as his elbow hit the ground, but Ed Hockley said no, he didn't have total control of it.
Well, they're still discussing it on the field.
Receiver's body hit inbounds before he went out of bounds. Therefore, it's a completed catch. First down.
All right, let's watch Bill Belichick on the other side. He already has that flag in his hand, and here it comes.
Good throw, too. Yeah. 20 yards. But if any body part, just like the other replay, if he'd have had control of the football or complete control, when a body part hits the ground, you are down. Let's look at it again. I thought Hines Ward got just a little bit of a push off. What a catch by him, though.
And the question is, does he have control here as he hits the ground?
Well, you know I'm going to be wrong.
I figure I'll just wait and hear what you have to say, and then I'll go the other way.
I wanted to see the other replay because we're all up here talking about it. I didn't see that football moving.
You could present a pretty good argument that the previous play, there was more control by the receiver than this one. Terrific effort by Hines Ward.
He re-gripped the football, then when he hit it, came out. He re-gripped it too.
So Ed Hockley continues to take a look.
Well, here's Cordell after the throw, trying to fake him out, trying to get New England to relax. They run a fake where he's always going out to the wide receivers, looking like, hey, what's going on here? And they usually snap it to the running back. So Pittsburgh was hoping New England would think they were running that football play, get them relaxed. Cordell get under there, take the snap, and go deep.
You know, and Bill Cowher was telling us yesterday, he just delights in these. You know, he runs them so often, you can't really call them trick plays anymore. They're part of the arsenal.
Watch his right hand. Well, there's no doubt when he hits the ground, the ball comes loose.
After reviewing the play, as the receiver hit the ground, the ball was moving in his hands on his chest. He never got possession of the ball again until after his body had touched the ground out of bounds. Therefore, it's an incomplete pass. It brings up second down.
You know what? I was even afraid to give my opinion. But Ed Hockley, let me just say this. Terrific job of explaining to the fans and everybody at home exactly what's going on and
exactly what he saw in the replay and is basing his decision on.
That time you could see as he was going down two that he re-gripped with his right hand, hit the ground, the football came out. It's funny, we talked about this last night too.
So it's 2nd and 10 from the 40-yard line. Couple of play fakes and Stewart with a screen. This is Zeraway. Zeraway, 45, 48-yard line. A pickup of 8, and it'll be 3rd and 2. We remind you, coming up, the Nextel halftime report. Jim Nance and company have first half analysis. Marcus Allen is in St. Louis with a preview of this afternoon's NFC title game between the Eagles and the Rams. We have a special musical performance on tap by Sheryl Crow, all coming up on the Nextel halftime report. Third and 2 for Stewart and the Steelers. To this side, and looking for running room and not finding it is Hines Ward.
Well, Hines Ward, a player, you want to find ways to get the football to him, but New England, they know all these tricks because they run a lot of these same plays. Troy Edwards in motion, trying to get the block on the outside. Hines Ward, look at Ty Law, good position, breaks down, nowhere to go.
I believe just before the snap of the ball, he heard someone yell shovel pass.
Yes. So
Troy Brown back just inside his own 10-yard line for the kick. The near side of the field and out of bounds. I think Bill Cowher might have made it a point. Josh Miller, please don't kick it to Troy Brown.
The Accord V6 from Honda, designed to give the driver total control. At least that was the original idea.
A chunky quarterback moment. Kurt Warner's mom gave him new Campbell's Chunky Chicken and Dumplings. Filled up right by big chunks of chicken and hearty dumplings, Mom's little dumpling did a little damage.
There's life after substance use. If you want one or know someone who does, please call 1-800-662-HELP.
So, set up a department meeting for tomorrow and put in a call to the client. Get them up to speed. Anything else?
Here's a thought. Instead of saving money by not using paper, we could just go to Staples.
Yeah, with Staples 365 savings, they compare prices and back it up with a 110% price match guarantee.
I like that. Jot that down.
Low prices on every item, every day. Staples 365 savings. Yeah, we've got that.
Access SuperBowl.com now on America Online. Get complete playoff coverage and vote for the Super Bowl MVP at AOL keyword SuperBowl.com.
Courage, honor, duty. 3 reasons why JAG is Tuesday's most watched show.
Marine first, lawyer second.
Don't miss JAG, CBS Tuesday.
Hey, Friday on CBS, see why over 28 million viewers have made First Monday TV's newest smash hit series. Don't miss an all-new First Monday, Friday, here on CBS, America's most watched network. First down, the Patriots from their own 22. Looking for running room on the left side is Antoine Smith, and it's just not there.
Well, you know, you'd notice a little bit of a change from the New England Patriots. They were going to come out, force it down the field, really be aggressive, but it's just too dangerous, Greg. It's just too much, too volatile, too many things can go wrong, and they've settled down trying to find some ways to run the football a little, so when they throw the football, maybe Tom Brady can get a little extra time to throw it.
With Troy Brown in motion, Brady will throw. That's complete, and this is Brown, and Brown across the 40 and out to the 42 or 43-yard line.
Boy, every time Tom Brady drops back, if you're the Steelers, just send 3 people to Troy Brown, because that's about all he's looking for. They bring him in motion, the only wide receiver out, wide open, and watch this little move. Lee Flowers misses the tackle and lets him get a lot of extra yards.
How's this for how much Tom Brady has relied on Troy Brown? 101 receptions on the regular season, 59 of them for first down. Brady with all kinds of time. Throws to the near side. Mark Edwards pulls that one in at the 49-yard line. 7 yards, 2nd and 3.
Now, I'm telling you, Tom Brady waited as long as he could because he was trying to get it down the field to Troy Brown, but he very smart. Don't be too greedy. Take the short pass and get you 7 or 8 yards.
Six rushes, 14 passes. Here's Antoine Smith trying the right side. Across midfield, still on his feet and down to the 47 of the Steelers. Brent Alexander tripped him up, and Antoine Smith battling a sore right leg with a pretty good carry.
Well, you know, when you're making terrific runs and you're getting 3 and 4 yards, you know it's rough out there. Jason Gilden, nice job. Doesn't let him get outside, uses his right shoulder to take on the block, and Antoine Smith breaking the tackles and doing a good job just to pick up the first down.
New England offense in Pittsburgh territory for the first time today. Brady to throw. Out in the flat, Edwards. Edwards cuts it back and comes up short the 40-yard line. As we come up on 6.5 minutes to play in the first half. Tom Brady and Lawyer Malloy were the two team representatives who came into Pittsburgh early for the press conferences on Friday, and they stayed rather than travel back to New England. Tom Brady telling us, one reporter said, well, gee, you're going to miss the Saturday morning walkthrough. That won't exactly cost you a football game. Straight ahead is Mark Edwards. And Edwards looks to be about 1 yard to a half yard short of the first down.
You know, a lot of times when you watch a football game and running backs have to struggle so much and break tackles and all that stuff just to get a couple yards, it makes me think there's gonna be some fumbles because you're fighting so hard to get those extra yards. You get hit too. The more you fight, the more guys get there to hit on you, and that's what causes the fumble.
Let's see what New England's offense does here on 3rd and short. 2 tight ends on the field. Brady going to keep it. And he appears to have enough for the first down.
That might be the best play you can do. I was going to say, boy, handing the football off to a running back in 3rd and short against the Steelers, I don't know if they can get back to the line of scrimmage quick enough. So quick count, catch them off guard, let the quarterback pick up the yard. Now the Patriots really feel like once they get down to this part of the field that they can score with a big play, because the Steelers, when you get on their side of the field, do not blitz as much as they do when they have you backed up.
Brady eludes the tackler. No, he goes down at the 47. Jason Gilden kept after him and got him.
Hey, look, you don't get to the AFC Championship game and having the #1 ranked defense in the National Football League by being overzealous, over-pursuing running plays, and Jason Gilden almost fooled because he's such a good athlete, still gets a sack on Tom Brady.
On his way to his 2nd straight Pro Bowl, Gilden registered 12 sacks during the regular season, added another against Baltimore last week.
Hard to trick this defense and get it out of position.
Quick pass out here to Troy Brown. Brown to the 40. Now dragged down at about the 41-yard line. Lee Flowers made the stop. 4:15 to play in the first half.
Now, you know, Greg, go back to that play before. It just took so long. You know, that would have been a tremendous play against about 27 or 28 other defenses in this league. But Pittsburgh, again, they're taught so well by Tim Lewis. They're so disciplined. They do not get out of position for the trick plays.
Brady needs to reach the 26-yard line for a first down. Pass the other way, knocked down and almost intercepted by Jason Gilden.
Last week, twice against the Baltimore Ravens, Pittsburgh linebackers were blocked to the ground, got up and hit the quarterback and caused interceptions. And Jason Gilden, they try to knock him to the ground. He doesn't go, gets up, and really should have had the interception.
So Ken Walter set to kick it away, and Bobby Shaw is standing at his own 10-yard line.
You got to knock these defenders down twice to get a good play.
sky high. Fair catch called for. They let it bounce at the 1-yard line, and it goes into the end zone. So the line of scrimmage will be the 20-yard line. 40-yard punt, no return. Jason Gilden with a couple of huge defensive plays.
Kicks off with the funniest and wildest Super Bowl's greatest commercials.
What's that?
With your hosts Mike O'Malley and Liza Snyder from the hit series Yes Dear. Then, don't miss an all-new episode of the super smash hit Supreme Court drama First Monday. And join Deion Sanders, Rollerballs, LL Cool J, and Rebecca Romaine Stamos. Plus, live performances by Sting, No Doubt, and Nickelback for the live Super Bowl bash. It's all on CBS Super Friday.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Open, the Small Business Network. New tools for a small business economy from American Express. And by Dr. Pepper and your local Dr. Pepper butler. Be you, nothing's better. Dr. Pepper.
The statue out front of Art Rooney, the longtime and beloved late owner of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And his son Dan now operating the team and enjoying this trip to the AFC Championship game as much as anyone. 3:39 to play. 14 passes to 9 ground attacks for the Steelers. Zeroaway wrapped up by Richard Seymour, the rookie, first-round pick out of Georgia, loss of 1 on the play.
Richard Seymour, the Patriots, the first-round draft pick, like you said, Greg. They refer to him as like a puppy right now because he's going to grow into one big mean dog as he really learns how to play. Look at the size, and for being that big, playing inside, able to move around, quite a factor when it comes to rushing the passer in certain situations.
Second and 11, Stewart throws far side, incomplete, and a fine defensive play by Ty Law. Hines Ward, the intended receiver. Pittsburgh wide receivers today, just 2 catches for 13 yards, and not one of those receptions has been made by Plexico Burress.
Yeah, Cordell doesn't like anything down the field. He almost wants to move and get out of there under pressure. Ty Law, nice play by him, but really the perfect throw by Cordell Stewart. And isn't it amazing when you can't run the football, how it looks so disjointed for your football team? And the Steelers not able to run it, now just hurts play action, quarterback draws, and all the other plays they use off of it.
The blitz. Stewart on the run. Brought down across the 15 to the 17-yard line. Willie McGinnis, number 55, tracked him down. And onto the field comes the punting unit. Another fine defensive stand by the New England Patriots.
And if I was the Pittsburgh Steelers, I would keep most of my people in because you know now it's just the rhythm. The New England Patriots are going to blitz you on every third down.
We have a timeout on the field. 2:49 to play. We'll be back to Pittsburgh right after this.
Ice Premium Malt Beverage, reminding you that whatever it takes, never drink and drive.
Patriots called that timeout. They have 1 remaining and hope to get some good field position out of this kick. Pittsburgh goes through its 4th 3rd and out of the day. Troy Brown is deep. Josh Miller hit away from Brown. Gets some distance on it and gets it inside the 30-yard line. Oh, Bill Cowher will love that one from his punter. 53-yard kick and no return. And see why CBS Monday is America's best night of comedy, starting with The King of Queens, followed by all new episodes of Yes Dear, Monday's #1 comedy, Everybody Loves Raymond, and Becker. Plus, an all-new 48 Hours Monday here on CBS, America's most watched network. You know they're still talking about our appearance on Yes, Dear?
Yeah, sure they are. What are they saying? Those two idiots that couldn't get their lines down? That might be what they're saying. I know one thing. I would never want to be an actor and do a sitcom, because that is some work they do.
Yeah, they do. They work hard.
They put a lot of hours in, and
benefits seem to be good, though.
Oh, yeah, they're not doing it for free. I know that.
2:42 on the clock. The Patriots with the ball at their own 30-yard line and 1 timeout remaining. They'll also get a stop at the clock at the 2-minute warning. This is J.R. Redmond. And Redmond across the 35 moves the pile to the 36-yard line. Mike Jones, number 51. And both he and John Fiala have filled in on the Steeler defense for Earl Holmes very well so far today.
Yeah, they have. They're both athletic. The Steelers, they just have a lot of good linebackers.
Pass this side to Troy Brown, and a whistle blows. This play doesn't count.
Before the ball was snapped, for start, New England, number 80. 5-yard penalty is still 2nd down.
Troy Brown feeling that screen just a little bit before the snap.
Yeah, he moved just before the snap. I don't blame him. As fast as this defense runs to the football, I'd want to get it in my hands as quick as possible, too.
2nd and 9. Brady, that ball is tipped and falls incomplete. Jason Gilden got his hand on the football. And at 1:59, we take our 2-minute warning with New England with the ball and a 7-3 lead.
Today, when a small business decides to expand, they're not just thinking about across the street. Because small business is about finding new ways to grow. We've created a new way to help. Open, the Small Business Network. New tools, services, and savings for a small business economy. From American Express.
Shelly, listen, it's Greg. I'm at the dentist. Yeah, okay. Shelly, I want to come into work. They don't know what I've got. I have a tooth. Scratching, rashing, 24-hour, like, mumps. What else can I have? I am really sick. Both ears gone. Really bad haircut. I'm in traction.
The Acura MDX with torque managing 4-wheel drive.
I was eating wax fruit this week. No.
Taking the SUV to a place it's never been before.
On the track, no one could stop them. We play, we win. On the street,
it's the promised land.
No one can control them.
Are you insane? It doesn't matter. And that's why we get power.
Rollerball. Rated PG-13. Get in the game February 8th.
Listen. How beautiful is Pebble Beach?
Oh, I bet it's brutal. With the ocean, the wind, the rain.
You know what scares me the most?
The 18th hole.
Bill Murray.
The AT&T Pebble Beach National Pro-Am's on CBS.
You gotta get it.
Yeah.
1:59 till halftime, and then it's the next Tell Halftime Report. Jim Nance and company have first half analysis. Marcus Allen in St. Louis with a preview of this afternoon's NFC title game and a special musical performance here at Heinz Field by Sheryl Crow. All coming up on the next Tell Halftime Report. If Brady and the Patriots want points on the board before the break, they need a first down here on 3rd and 9. Here comes the blitz. Picked up well. The pass wide open in the middle of the field is Troy Brown. Inside the 45 to the 40-yard line and a first down. Brady's pass complete to Brown.
Well, the Patriots guessed right. They left everybody in to protect. You can see Tom Brady on the ground. Walk it off. And here's where you use your last timeout to let your quarterback get healthy. But look at the blitz pickup. Excellent. 2 times today he's been hit low.
That was number 41, Lee Flowers.
You know, you're not allowed to go low on a quarterback, but it looks like Lee Flowers did not have much choice. To get to the quarterback, he had to go low.
You'll remember Brady came up limping earlier from a hit as he dropped back to pass. And Drew Bledsoe has come onto the field. Drew Bledsoe, who left the team in week 2 with a chest injury and replaced then by Brady. And now Bledsoe with a walk to the far side of the field.
Well, you know, Greg, the fact that Tom Brady is still limping, and probably limping worse, is not a good sign. Watch the hit. And it's just so hard to guess, and I'm not even going to do that. Then both knees really buckle, gets twisted. But sometimes when you get hit like that, you can walk it off, and you can see they're going to be okay. But as he was going towards the bench, he actually started limping more. I think
there is Patriots owner Bob Kraft.
Well, what a tough spot for Drew Bledsoe. It took Tom Brady, I thought, a long time to get in rhythm and feel the pressure of the defense and start performing well. Drew Bledsoe been on the bench, like you said, Greg, for so long.
And as you take another look, Drew Bledsoe's numbers on the year, he has thrown just 66 passes, completed 40 of them for 400 yards, 2 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. This is a first down. Bledsoe throws, complete at the 25-yard line to David Patton.
What a throw by Drew Bledsoe. Right off the bench, and well, I'll tell you, Greg, we've watched him practice some, and he hadn't lost anything off of that arm.
16 yards and a first down. First catch of the day by David Patton. Bledsoe on the move now. Heading for the sideline and is whacked out of bounds by Chad Scott. And that's very much the same kind of play that Bledsoe was injured earlier in the season.
It was, and the coaches need to say, hey, Drew, we're down to number 2.
Tom Brady heads off the field, and let's go back and listen to this hit on the sideline. Chad Scott, the 5th-year cornerback out of Maryland, is the one who hit him. Earlier this season, Bledsoe left the premises on a play much like that against the New York Jets. That marked the end of Bledsoe's playing time.
The Pittsburgh tackler left his feet while the quarterback had not yet touched out of bounds. There was not a late hit out of bounds. There is no foul for unnecessary roughness.
So Ed Hockley filling us in on why a flag wasn't called.
Greg, we saw the replay, but not only that did he leave his feet, but he hit him when he was still both feet in bounds. And Drew Bledsoe, and I tell this to all quarterbacks, never take a hit like that. Get out of bounds, go to the ground, whatever you can do, because it cost Drew Bledsoe the season, and it's the defenders are just too good, too fast, and too powerful.
And you know, if you're Drew Bledsoe, you're saying to yourself, you know, this sideline hit is getting a little old.
Well, he's coming in, and I just saw him when he came into the game. It wasn't like, oh, I'm in and I've been out all year. He came in, was slapping the players with great enthusiasm right away. He's in a good frame of mind, makes a good throw, and did a good job moving out of the pocket.
2nd and 6. Bledsoe throws this side. That's complete to Patton, and Patton is out of bounds at about the 11. Let's go down to Armin Katayan. Armin.
Greg, the preliminary report on Tom Brady is it's a lower left leg injury. He's gone to the locker room for observation. Status unknown at this point in time. Back to you.
All right, Armin.
I told you earlier, that time the Steelers, Greg, they've been pressuring. They pressure all the time on defense. They drop back. They gave the Patriot wide receivers room, and Drew Bledsoe makes a good throw to the outside.
Patriots have only scored 3 touchdowns their last 13 trips to the red zone. Bledsoe throwing, corner of the end zone, touchdown! Celebration celebrations in the Patriots executive box. Celebrations around Drew Bledsoe on the field.
Unbelievable. They put all three wide receivers to the right. They keep the tight end. They block it all. The Steelers blitz. Troy Brown against Jason Gilden. There's no way. I'm sorry. It was David Patton on the catch. I just figured it was Troy Brown because they throw every pass to him. But good blitz pickup and another good play by Bledsoe.
Vinatieri's kick is good. David Patton has not caught a pass all day from Tom Brady. He just caught 3, including a touchdown pass from Drew Bledsoe. 14-3 pass.
In and out. Good. Keep the victim calm.
And 1 and 2 and 3 and... Okay, there you go. That's over 100 channels, sports, news, digital music. And it's only $31.99 a month.
Just $31.99 a month gets you over 100 channels of DirecTV programming. Feel the joy. DirecTV.
So it was the digital music that... Yeah.
Well, the Patriots, they learned this play from the Baltimore Ravens last week. Watch. Here comes Patton, goes to the inside. Everybody's to the inside trying to cover him. The Ravens had the same exact play. Elvis Gerback waited a little too long to throw it. If you remember, Brandon Stokely didn't get both feet in bounds in the corner of the end zone. The Patriots get Patton a little farther inside, give him more room to work with, and Drew Bledsoe makes a good throw.
How about that man, Drew Bledsoe, coming in, and you know, you couldn't be in the spotlight anymore.
Unbelievable. I tell you, it's got to be so exciting for him to come in and perform that way.
Bledsoe 3 out of 3 for 36 yards in the touchdown. And from the 15-yard line, this is Troy Edwards. Edwards looking for running room, dancing, and dances out of bounds at about the 27-yard line. We remind you, for the best AFC and NFC championship game coverage on the net, including expert analysis and live game centers, go to cbs.sportsline.com or your America Online keyword CBS Sportsline. Tom Brady going into the locker room with a definite limp.
Actually looks like he's walking a little better now, too, so. Well, that's not good when you see him hop.
So the Steelers with the ball at their own 28-yard line. 50 seconds to play and all 3 of their timeouts. Impressive numbers for New England. Stewart throws sideline, complete and out of bounds to Troy Edwards.
Stewart's pass is complete to Troy Edwards.
That stops the clock with 45 seconds to play.
Well, of course, what the Steelers would like to do, 3 timeouts, just give themselves a chance at kicking a field goal. And with 45 seconds and all 3 timeouts, Mike Mularkey can do whatever he wants. He could call a running play, and it wouldn't hurt their offense right now.
Ward in motion. Stewart. Here comes the blitz. Picked up, pass over the middle, and that's across midfield and complete to Plexico Burris for 16 yards and a first down.
Well, I was going to say, Greg, is New England going to play it safe? On defense, no is the answer. They came with another blitz, picked up wonderfully by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Timeout is called by the Steelers. That's their first. And it stops the clock with 38 seconds left as you look at Drew Bledsoe on the side.
I think Drew Bledsoe took that hit on his very first throw. He hung in there, and when he did, made the good throw over the top, but he took one underneath.
Well, this is going to be an interesting halftime session for Bill Cowher. I think it's not out of the realm of possibility to think that the Steelers are a little bit shocked here. They go through a 13-3 regular season, and as we said at the top of the day, dismantled the defending champions last week.
2 things. It has to make you feel a little disconnected, Greg. They're used to getting to the quarterback with their blitzes, always. Look at the number of sacks they had this year. They're also used to coming out and dominating you physically from their offense against your defense. Today, can't run the football and not getting to the quarterback consistent.
Stewart gets rid of the ball to the 31-yard line, incomplete, intended for Bobby Shaw. 33 seconds to play.
Boy, Cordell Stewart hung in there. Mike Vrabel coming around and just a half a second too late.
Well, the reaction you're getting from the fans is...
Yeah, I did not see the replay. It's on the board. Let's take a look at it.
Under 2 minutes, it's being reviewed automatically upstairs.
Remember, under 2 minutes, the officials upstairs do the reviews.
And the whistle blows before the play is snapped. Paging Mr. Hockley to the camera.
You know, but Bobby Shaw didn't do he wasn't over aggressive that he caught the football, so I just figured he did. Oh, okay,
he wasn't upset about the incomplete call.
Let's take a look. Nice throw under pressure by Cordell Stewart. That shot looks like both arms are under the football. It's got to be. Now
we're reviewing the ruling on the field to determine whether the pass was complete.
Wow. It has to be conclusive. And that time it looked like to me that it hit his hands, bounced up, and he caught it.
Well, Bobby Shaw is in his 4th season out of the University of California. He's going to have to learn to plead his case out there on the field.
You really got to be like a vet and just. As you stay in the league, Greg, like everything in life, you learn to complain more. So it's just like us staying in hotels.
That's right.
I get more demanding as every time it goes around. But watch Bobby Shaw as it looks to me that ball hit his right hand and came right up.
Yep.
But watch how he reacts after he catches. Let's see if he just says, okay. Look at that. Right hand, it hit it.
Well, you know, we shouldn't criticize him because he's not an in-your-face case pleader.
Oh, yeah, that's another minority in all sports.
Well, Ed Hockley has had an interesting first half, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's earning his money today. But you know what? Cordell Stewart has really been patient and smart. Not, they're down. He hasn't forced the football into any tight coverages. He feels pressure. He's throwing it where the throw is really safe, not letting New England players get a chance to come up and make plays on it. Just to talk about Cordell, as Ed Hockley keeps looking at the replay, everybody keeps saying, hey, that Cordell really matured this year. And I always, Greg, what do we talk about? I just say, look, Cordell Stewart's got good ability. You bring in a Mike Mularkey, you run an offense that's good for his skills. You give him a good quarterback, Coach Tom Clemens. Now you tell me the answer why he's playing a lot better. Yeah, I know he has matured and he's doing some things better, but he's being coached to bring out his skills, and that's why he had a good year.
I reviewed the play. There's not sufficient evidence from the replays to determine whether the tip of the ball hit the ground. It did hit the receiver's finger, and then the ball rolled over, and I can't tell whether the tip hit the ground.
Well,
therefore, the ruling on the field stands. Pass was incomplete. It's second down.
Well, that's as honest a rendition of a review as you can ask for from Ed Hockley.
You're right. That says it all. We did say that there has to be conclusive evidence, and apparently he feels like it's not there.
So the pass is incomplete, 33 seconds on the clock, and it's 2nd and 10.
See, Bobby Shaw should have complained more.
Pittsburgh has 2 timeouts remaining. Full screen, this side, Zeraway, inside the 40 to the 35. Otis Smith made the stop. And timeout is called on the field and stops the clock with 23 seconds to play.
Well, that little screen has done well for the Steelers today. Twice they've run it, twice they've picked up big yardage. And it looks like one of the weaknesses they have found in New England's defense is this. Let them think, hey, I'm a good pass rusher. I'm getting to the quarterback quick. Oh, no, it's a screen.
Did you see at the bottom of the screen there the shot that Otis Smith gave Plexico Burress coming off the line? These New England cornerbacks have played tight, tough football here in the first half.
Though, I will say this. Usually we talk to some players, they never give credit to the other side. But talking to Ty Law and Otis Smith, they both, I asked them, are these Steelers wide receivers as tough as we all make them out to be? And they go, yeah, they're pretty good. They block down the field. They stay with their blocks and all. He says, I'll give them credit. They play hard and fight hard.
Ty Law also says when you're playing the Steelers, you have to cover longer because of Cordell's ability to dance.
Different look, 3 down linemen.
First down pass, far side. It is incomplete and almost intercepted by Terrence Shaw, number 22. 18 seconds to play. If you're thinking field goal, this is what you would consider the trouble end of the field. The south end of the field is where Chris Brown and other kickers have had their adventures this season.
There's no doubt the wind has died down. It really was blowing quite hard at the beginning of the game and while we were watching warm-ups, but it has settled down, and so wind should not be near the factor.
2nd and 10 from the 34. Comes another blitz from the Patriots. Stewart down the middle. Incomplete. Penalty marker flies to Bucky Jones, and Otis Smith were down there. And it's against the Steelers.
Yeah, right away you could just see the body language. Plexico Burris tells you he might have pushed off.
Pittsburgh, number 80. Grabbed the defender and pulled him away as the ball was in the air. It's a 10-yard penalty, repeat 2nd down.
You know what that was, too? That is, Greg, you just can't stress this enough. Otis Smith never lost sight of the football, but kept exactly where he was supposed to be the whole play. He knew he had somebody in the inside helping him. He stayed outside of Plexico Burris. He didn't go for a fake, in good position, and probably would have had the interception if it wasn't for the interference.
Oh, and what that has done is just push the Steelers out of any possible field goal chance at this stage. 12 seconds to play. 2nd and 20 in the line of scrimmage, the 44.
We have one timeout. You can still throw it to the middle.
Here comes the blitz. Stewart throwing far side, incomplete. And 6 seconds now on the clock.
Wow, what a turnaround. At least they looked like they were going to get a field goal chance. Now I think you have to throw it into the end zone. Or you throw a real quick short pass, get out of bounds, and you try an extremely long field goal, which I would say no.
Hines Ward, Plexico Burris, and Bobby Shaw stacked to the top of your screen. Patriot defenders all falling back, and Stewart launches it downfield. Intercepted at the 5. Terrell Buckley went up, grabbed the football, cut off any chance of the Steelers putting points on the board. And take a look at the scoreboard at halftime. The New England Patriots have come in here, put 14 on the board, 1 on a special teams return. They lead it 14-3, and we go down to Armin.
Coach, any update first on Tom's situation? None on that. And now just your thoughts on your team's performance, particularly Drew's dramatic re-entry into the game.
Well, that was a pass we've been working on all week, and it was open, and he hit it and made a nice throw there. The key for us now is this 3rd quarter. Pittsburgh's outscored their opponents by about 100 points during the year, so we need our best football right here.
All right, Coach. Bonnie, back to you.
Well, the Steelers' 2 1,000-yard receivers, Burris and Hines, only have 1 catch apiece, playing catch-up in the second half. How does that dynamic change?
Well, we're going to have to do it. I mean, we're at 14-3. We got the ball at the beginning of this half, so we got a possession up there. And we just got to play football. I mean, it's a lot of football left to be played. All we got to do is take it one series at a time, but certainly, time is not on our side.
All right, Coach, thank you.
All right, Bonnie and Armin, our halftime score. The New England Patriots 14, the Pittsburgh Steelers 3. Coming up, Jim Nantz and company are here in Pittsburgh for the Nextel halftime report. First half analysis, Marcus Allen in St. Louis for a preview of the NFC title game and a musical performance by Sheryl Crow. It all comes your way after these messages from your local station.
What'll it take for Max Bickford to get in shape?
I could go jogging with you.
Academy Award winners Richard Dreyfuss and Marcia Gay Harden.
Let me have this chicken.
Hey.
An all-new Max. Then Christine Chapman is a special woman.
Mom's gone. I don't think I can make it.
Now she'll need to rely on her younger sister.
The way things are the way they're going to be for the rest of my life.
Kathy Bates, Elizabeth Perkins, and Lynn Redgrave.
Will we be sisters forever? Forever.
Hallmark Hall of Fame's My Sister's Keeper, CBS tonight.
First Monday, the new smash hit drama from the creators of Jag, CBS Friday.
The Detroit Auto Show is over, but the great deals are on during the Auto Show Afterglow at your Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep dealer. In addition to our already great incentives, we'll match your down payment up to $1,000 on select Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep vehicles for up to $2,000 toward your down payment. Plus, get our powertrain pledge, low financing, or additional cash allowances. But matching payment ends soon, so see your dealer before it's over.
Pizza for Johnson.
When you're hungry for dinner, pizza's for you. When you're hungry for dinner, only Caesars will do. Oh, yeah.
Hey, pizza lovers, tomorrow only at Little Caesars, pick up a large, hot and delicious pepperoni pizza for only $5.
Little Caesars, we love you.
Pizza.
Galesburg Ford. $39, just $39, and you can take over the payments on your next car or truck here at Galesburg Ford. Whether you're looking for a minivan to load up the kids, an SUV to get you through the weekend fun, a truck to haul your trailer, or car to get you to work, just pay the $39 acquisition fee, take over the payments, and drive your new car or truck away from Galesburg Ford. Galesburg Ford, not too far from your next car.
What divorced parents can do to help their children through it. Next, Oprah.
CBS Sports presents the Nextel Direct Connect Halftime Report. Nextel, get right through.
All right, the score after 30 minutes of play at Heinz Field. New England stunning Pittsburgh 14-3. Hello again, my friends. Jim Nantz back here from our anchor position in Pittsburgh and the Nextel Halftime Report, joined by Dion, Mike, and Randy, and Jerry. And what a stunning turn of events there, Jerry. Late in the first half with Brady being injured, Bledsoe coming in, directing him to a touchdown.
Well, if you watch the safety, it's Flowers for the Pittsburgh Steelers blitzing. He'll come in at the left-hand side of your screen. J.R. Redmond tries to block him. He comes off the block, and a low hit right behind the knees, and Brady is down. Watch his knees twist. Oh, boy, that's tough. If that was you or me, Jim, we'd be in the hospital right now. And in comes Drew Bledsoe. He goes 3 for 3. His second pass is a burst out to get in this position. He throws the deep out to Patton, the fastest receiver, who is locked up on a linebacker because they're playing cover 2. What a great job Bledsoe did coming in. This game's exciting. And you see the Patriots with mental toughness. That's what this game's all about.
You've seen it from the start, and Patton catches the touchdown. But how about Troy Brown both receiving and the story up to the Bledsoe moment, the game-breaking, at that point, punt return for Troy Brown, Dion.
Troy Evans received the penalty on the previous punt return, so they had to re-kick this ball. He takes the inside release, of course, because he couldn't go outside in their hole. It looks like it's holding, but it's not, because their hands on the inside. And when Troy Brown receives this kick, he breaks through the first exterior line, and it's over. When he sees the paint as a punt returner, you can crank up the band, baby, because it's a touchdown.
Well, I'll tell you, when they've done the Cordell, what I said before the game, they've found a way to confuse him. They're bringing every kind of blitz at him. If their tackling was better, they would have had a safety there. Now they come with a blitz again. They have a great defensive play call. Cordell breaks it. He comes out for 34 yards. That's the danger in blitzing him. But you got to keep him off balance. He's got no rhythm right now. He can't get the ball downfield the way he has all year.
And Mike, that's because he only has 34 yards rushing out of his offense in the first half. But one thing we knew coming in, Pittsburgh knows how to get after the quarterback. You saw the Flowers hit earlier on Brady. Jason Gilden, probably the MVP of this first half so far for the Pittsburgh Steelers. But you have got to run the ball and do it effectively to have your shot Pittsburgh in the second half.
And Drew Bledsoe had not played in 126 days before that touchdown drive.
And his first pass right on the money, Jim.
All three of them, 3 for 3. Later today, the Rams host the Eagles in the NFC title game. And for the latest on that matchup, let's check in with our colleague Marcus Allen in St. Louis. Marcus?
Jim, this is the second time this season these two teams will be meeting. St. Louis eked out an overtime victory in Philadelphia back in Week 1. But in today's rematch, there's one important difference. Kurt Warner will be playing hurt.
Kurt, everyone wants to know, how are you feeling?
The ribs are a little bit sore, but, you know, what do you expect? You're going to get a lot of time to rest. I'm going to have to tolerate a little bit of pain, but as long as I can do that, it shouldn't restrict me too much.
We haven't come this far.
to start moving. This might be my only shot, and I'm not pulling back from nothing.
We feel like we had that speed advantage against every offense that we face because we have 11 guys that can run as opposed to maybe 3 guys or 4 guys that can run.
When you go out and you play your best games, then the next game is sort of tough for you. And not to say that their defense is not going to play the way they did against Green Bay, but it's hard to do it back-to-back, especially in playoff play.
We know what it feels like to be the champion. And then we know what it feels like to not be the champions and to get knocked off. And we don't like that feeling.
In football, you go after the wounded, and make no mistake about it, the Philadelphia Eagles will go after Kurt Warner. Now, the big question for the Rams is, do they leave a tight end and a running back in to protect Kurt Warner and lose some potency in the passing game, or do they send all 5 receivers out and take a chance on Kurt Warner getting hit? Now, moments ago, I just talked to head coach Mike Martz, and he said we're going to send all 5 guys out. And if our quarterback gets hurt, we will bring in our backup, Jamie Martin, and he will do the job. That's it from St. Louis. Back to Jim in Pittsburgh.
All right, Marcus, we'll look forward to a report from you in our post-game show. Meanwhile, later today on CBS, live final round coverage of the Phoenix Open presented by Xerox. Let's get the latest from Bill McAtee in the tower at 18.
Jim, the final round of the Phoenix Open is underway out at the TPC of Scottsdale, and Duffy Waldorf with a 1-shot lead as he continued his fine play with a 67 yesterday. But the story this week has been the play of John Daly. After a monster drive at 18, that was his approach. He went on to make birdie, and Daly trying for his first win on U.S. soil since the Bell South in 1994, and he is in contention in the final round of the Phoenix Open, which is coming up later on CBS. Back to Jim Nantz.
All right, thank you, Bill McAtee. Look forward to that coverage out in the desert. It's coming up after football later today here on CBS. And when the Nextel halftime report continues, a special live performance by Sheryl Crow. We'll see you again on the postgame show for the presentation of the Lamar Hunt Trophy. We send you back now to Sheryl Crow in just a moment. First, the direct connect play of the first half. Drew Bledsoe's touchdown pass, and the Patriots lead Pittsburgh 14-3 at halftime.
CBS Sports presents the Nextel Direct Connect Halftime Report. Nextel, get right through.
See why CBS Monday is TV's funniest night. First, critics call The King of Queens the best show on television. Then, catch the breakout comedy hit Yes Dear. Next, Ray goes head-to-head with the world's meanest den mother.
She's a great troop leader.
So was Hitler.
On Monday's highest-rated show.
Similar uniform, too.
And Emmy winner Ted Danson stars as Dr. John Becker.
You want me to take my clothes off now?
Has anyone ever said yes to that?
It's all here, CBS Monday.
If you're in the NFL, you have one goal.
The dance that everybody wants to be at. You have to understand, as a kid, this is what I always wanted to do. That Super Bowl trophy, you got to go out there and you got to take it.
It's what we've been talking about. It's what we've been working for.
I want to win one.
We're going to do the Super Bowl. We're going to the Super Bowl. You get that swagger about yourself. You'll be remembered as a champion to stand on top.
And when it's all said and done, that's really what it's about.
Come on, guys.
This is Dwayne Washington of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
But this is my favorite painting of them all.
Dwayne helps the United Way build stronger communities by supporting after-school programs for kids.
Based on traditional thinking, he was considered a surrealist. Abstract thinking, yet classical form, was how the French interpreted the movement.
That looks like spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
CBS Sports presents the Nextel Direct Connect Halftime Report. Nextel, get right through.
Welcome back to halftime of today's AFC Championship game. And now let's go down to the field where the Pittsburgh Steelers and the National Football League are pleased to present Interscope recording artist Sheryl Crow performing the world debut of her new single, Soak Up the Sun.
How's everybody doing this fine sunny day?
My friend, the communist,
And CBS Sports coverage of the National Football League will continue after this word from your local station.
Kathy Bates and Elizabeth Perkins, Hallmark Hall of Fame's My Sister's Keeper, CBS Tonight.
The Detroit Auto Show is over, but the great deals are on during the Auto Show Afterglow at your Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep dealer. In addition to our already great incentives, we'll match your down payment up to $1,000 on select Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep vehicles for up to $2,000 toward your down payment. Plus, get our powertrain pledge, low financing, or additional cash allowances. But matching payment ends soon, so see your dealer before it's over.
I lost my home, my wife, my kids to drugs.
We lost our home, our kids' college fund, our retirement money, all because our son gambled on the internet. I said I was sorry.
Go to your box.
Internet gambling. It's a scam. If you play, you pay.
The Detroit Auto Show is over, but the great deals are on during the Auto Show Afterglow at your Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep dealer. In addition to our already great incentives, we'll match your down payment up to $1,000 on select Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep vehicles for up to $2,000 toward your down payment. Plus, get our powertrain pledge, low financing, or additional cash allowances. But matching payment ends soon, so see your dealer before it's over.
This is the station where news comes first, Channel 3.
You are about to journey into a world defined by achievement and bathed in glory. It is here that the world's greatest athletes will become a part of a tradition unlike any other at the Masters. It is where young people from across the nation will gather to share their one shining moment at the NCAA Basketball Championship. On these fields, college football legends will be made, and glory will be captured at the PGA Championship. It is here that endurance and determination are the keys to surviving the world's toughest tennis at the U.S. Open, and victory will be claimed as theirs on the PGA Tour. It is a place where the men of the NFL, possessed with the gifts of speed and strength, search for their piece of immortality. This is the world of CBS Sports.
Welcome back to Heinz Field, this AFC Championship game at halftime. The Patriots lead at 14-3. The big question looking ahead to the second half is the status of Patriots quarterback Tom Brady. Our Armin Katayan spent halftime in the Patriot locker room. Armin.
Well, Greg, the update is that Drew Bledsoe will continue to play and start for the Patriots. Tom Brady, it's his left ankle. They've taped it. They put a brace on it. Bill Belichick told me he's not 100%, but he could play if he had to. As far as the mood of the locker room, it was amazing. This team is a very committed team to fight to the finish. They know they're going to get their best shot here by the Patriots in the third quarter. Back to you.
All right, Armin, thank you. And for the Pittsburgh Steelers, they've got to try to figure out what it is that's going to work. This is a team that averages 173 yards a game rushing during the regular season, 34 in the first half.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to run, Greg. New England is doing everything to stop Pittsburgh's running game. They've told you what they're going to do. They're not going to change the second half. Cordell Stewart is going to have to throw the football and throw it well for the Pittsburgh Steelers to win. But you look at New England. How about it? You lose your starting quarterback, you bring in a three-time Pro Bowler in Drew Bledsoe, and, well, that has to make all the coaches and the players in that team feel confident that he can get the job done.
For the Steelers, from the 8-yard line, it's Troy Edwards to the 20, the 25, and backed up a bit now inside the 25-yard line. And let's go down to Bonnie Bernstein.
Well, Greg, Phil was correct when he said the Steelers need to throw the ball more. Cowher said he'd like to do that, but he'd also like to get Jerome Bettis more involved. I asked if Bettis was hurt because he really wasn't involved in the latter part of the first half. He said, no, we want to try to get him more involved. He only had 5 carries for 3 yards. Defensively, they need to shut down Troy Brown as a receiver, and on special teams, you know what kind of damage he did there.
Well, and that plays into what Bill Belichick wants for his team, because he wants wants Cordell Stewart to beat him having to throw the football. Bettis in the backfield. Stewart on the run. Going nowhere. Richard Seymour wrapped him up. Loss of 2 on the play. It's 2nd and 12 as you look at the numbers from halftime, where the Patriots have the edge in both passing yardage and total yards.
Well, Patriots have the edge in just about everything, Greg, and Pittsburgh trying to get Cordell involved right away. They run a quarterback sweep or a draw, whatever you want to call it. New England, good position. They did not let him run anywhere.
Stewart on the quick slant. That one's complete to Hines Ward, and Hines Ward has a first down. Patriots pick up a loose football, and there's been no whistle apparently. Ty Law has the ball.
There was no whistle to blow that play dead. I did not hear it. Nobody did. So the only thing the Steelers can hope for, that he was actually down on the ground.
Ed Hockley is down at the 15-yard line of the Steelers. Let's take a look. Well, that's going to be another close call for Ed Hockley.
It was not ruled a fumble on the field.
The ruling on the field is that the ball came loose before knee touched the ground by contact. Therefore, it's New England's ball, first down.
Well, what could happen, even if Bill Cowher challenges it, maybe we'll see some more replays, but there's got to be conclusive evidence, Greg. That would be the big one, because when you saw him rolling over, we lose sight of the football. Watch Hines Ward.
Well, Bill Cowher just cast that red flag onto the field, so he will challenge it.
And there is a little doubt as you could see the arms move before his knees hit the ground. See, when I say all these things, I look for approval in the booth. I saw a lot of people shaking their heads like, yes.
Well, we've spent the season with you. Meanwhile, Bill Cowher has gone to the sidearm delivery now with the throwing of the red flag.
Ruling on the field that the runner was knocked down by contact.
Again, you'd have to have conclusive evidence. Here's another look. And the big problem is that Hines Ward is doubled over the football, so it's hard to see what it's doing and where it's at.
And the initial ruling on the field is so key as you take a look.
It was coming out. The crowd is cheering like it's going to be good, but I think they were right at this time. I could see the football move before Hines Ward hit the ground.
To go back to what you said, the initial ruling on the field is so key because then Ed Hockley has to look for sufficient evidence to overturn it.
Let's take a look at this last one. As he's turning, now watch. Nothing is on the ground. The football moves. Am I right? Do you see that? The football absolutely was moving.
I thought that Hines Ward was doubled over so much that it was difficult to tell.
Well, and here I'm saying I think I might have seen the football moving. So, Greg, what it's coming down to
is there enough to overturn it for Ed Hockley from what he can see?
That's right. I don't see enough there to help the Pittsburgh Steelers. And will this change the outlook on this game for the Steelers, what they do on offense and defense? I'm saying is if New England gets some points out of this.
Boy, if this challenge fails, then the New England Patriots have a red zone opportunity right off the bat here in the second half.
Boy, just to show you body language, what it means and how it really tells you what players are thinking and they're feeling. Let's look at it one more time. But the Patriots offense sprinted onto the field after the play was over. Is it moving? Was it moving there?
Well, the fans are convinced, but they are definitely of a preference.
Yeah, let me just say this. As his knee hit the ground, that ball showed up pretty quick, so it just didn't move once it hit the ground. It had to be moving before that.
Next time I go to Vegas, you stay home, okay?
No, I still was right in that first call.
After reviewing the play, the Pittsburgh player's helmet hit the ground before the ball came loose. Therefore, the runner was down by contact. Result of the play is a first down at the 44-yard line. Please reset the clock to 14:18.
All right, well, you couldn't see the football. Watch Hein Ward's helmet. The only thing, your hand, your foot, or the ball keeps it moving. So they're saying his helmet hit the ground, so the ball was still in possession. The helmet would be the same as the elbow, Greg, as we were talking about the play before.
So Bill Cowher feeling he caught a break with 14:18 to play here in the third. And the New England defense back onto the field. You think Ed Hockley's going to sleep well tonight? I'll bet he does.
He's getting some running in from the replay booth to the field because this is about as far away as you can get it.
And he's going to go over and discuss it with Bill Belichick. Well, the line of scrimmage is the Pittsburgh 36. In a game that has been contested the way this one has been so far, the Steelers may have dodged a bullet there. Bettis and Whitman in the backfield. Lost the football. It's on the ground at the 35, and this time the Patriots say they have it, and they do.
Wow, so many times today, Cordell Stewart is having trouble with the snap. That's got to be about 4 times. I've seen him double catch it twice. He fumbled it once before, and this fumble.
Teddy Bruschi came up with the loose ball.
Well, I really can't see what causes Cordell. It looked like a good snap. It looked like he did not stay with the center long enough, and who gets the recovery?
Teddy Bruschi.
Teddy Bruschi, number 54.
Line of scrimmage, the Pittsburgh 35. Drew Bledsoe calling signals. Brady still on the sideline. Bledsoe going deep and overthrows Troy Brown, number 80.
Brady's back.
Well, the quarterback has changed, but the philosophy sure hasn't.
Well, this is where they want to take the shots, Greg. Once they get down inside the 40 near the 30-yard line, again, the Steelers, no blitz, so they're going to allow the quarterback to get that little bit of extra time in these situations to throw it down the field.
Tom Brady, taped at halftime, a spectator here in the second half so far. New England's offense goes to 5 wide receivers on 2nd and 10. That will be David Patton. Patton dodges the first tackler and is wrestled out of bounds at the 33-yard line. Chad Scott was the first man to hit him. It'll be 3rd and 7.
Well, I'm just thinking about as I watch the game, Drew Bledsoe. I was thinking about, you think about the game the night before, even as an announcer like a player does, and I thought about Drew Bledsoe last night going, wow, what a tough season that he's had to endure. But a lot of Patriot players and coaches give him credit for not being a distraction in the tough situation like he's been in.
Even Tom Brady told us earlier this season it hasn't been a distraction thanks to Drew Bledsoe. 3rd and 7. Oh, look at the protection, and now it breaks down, and he throws it and flips it over his head. There's a marker down. And a second marker is down.
He must be feeling good. Thinks he's Michael Jordan doing a reverse layup or something, throwing it without looking, but he flipped it over his head, trying to hit J.R. Redmond. Again, the blitz. Look at the protection. Rodney Bailey, number 94, and Drew Bledsoe throwing the football. Watch this. He sees the running back. Wow.
They were fouled by both teams on the play, holding defense number 31. There was also intentional grounding by the quarterback, number 11. The penalty's offset. Replay 3rd down.
Yeah, so they called it intentional grounding, and that is a good call. He's avoiding the sack, even though I really believe he was trying to get it to the running back.
Sure,
right
number
there.
21 was right there in front of him. So we'll replay the 3rd and 7. Fans to their feet, waving towels. Steelers had not trailed at halftime all season long in this stadium. Bledsoe hit as he was letting the ball go. incomplete pass is ruled by Ed Hockley. Jason Gilden, who has been a terror for the Steelers, was the man who applied the hit.
Well, they're doing a good job. Why does he get hit here? It's just because they cover him down the field. And Drew Bledsoe. Well, that's a close play, too. Did he get that arm moving forward before he's hit and fumbled the ball? But it does not do any good. It wouldn't be great for Pittsburgh to challenge that play. They could not get possession of the football.
On 4th and 7, Bledsoe throws out to the side, incomplete. Troy Brown had it and had blockers in front of him. Let's keep this 4th down attempt in mind. 12:55 to play in the 3rd. We're coming back to Pittsburgh after this.
I had a starvation diet once.
Or the meat diet, the one where you eat just meat.
I diet sometimes, but only in moderation.
The low-fat diet. It was all pureed food. The puree diet.
The bean diet.
The corn juice diet. That one was rough. I don't know what I was thinking.
These people found a sensible way to lose weight. A recent study by a major university found that having a bowl of Kellogg's Special K or Kellogg's Smart Start for 2 meals a day for 2 weeks could help you lose up to 6 pounds.
I feel great, and I didn't have to eat like a rabbit.
Hey, Mike, do you and Maggie ever think about, swapping?
Oh, yeah. Your wife is into that? Definitely. And the kids.
Kids? Okay, here are my keys. Let me get yours. Perfect. We're in!
Chrysler Town & Country. With a variety of models, available power sliding side door and liftgate, some people just have to try them all.
Hey there.
Exclusively from Chrysler. Our 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain pledge, because love is a commitment.
So, how was Florida?
Nice.
A lot of pretty girls on the beach?
Yep.
Probably wearing bikinis, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Pretty girls in bikinis.
Now you can fly Southwest Airlines for just $39 to $99 each way when you purchase by January 28th. So get packing.
You are now free to move about the country.
The #1 drama, the #1 news magazine, the #1 reality show. It's all here on CBS, America's most watched network.
This telecast is copyrighted by the NFL for the private use of our audience. Any other use of this telecast or of any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of the game without the NFL's consent is prohibited.
Thursday on CBS. For 7 years, no drama had beaten ER until CSI came along. See why it's the most watched drama of the season. Don't miss an all-new CSI Thursday here on CBS, America's most watched network. From the 32-yard line. Stewart to throw. Down the middle. Complete. Close to the 50-yard line. Plexico Burress. First down, Pittsburgh.
Well, that might be as comfortable as I've seen Cordell Stewart all day long. Finally gets some protection. Gets a receiver who's open and just throws it perfectly into the chest of Plexico Burress. On the outside, Otis Smith is on the outside of the receiver, so where they want to throw it, you want to throw it inside.
How about that hand-to-hand combat between Hines Ward and Ty Law? Burress just 2 catches for 31 yards. Jerome Bettis. A couple of yards just across midfield. Teddy Bruschi, Willie McGinnis. Important to keep in mind now that the Pittsburgh Steelers are out of challenges.
That's right. They've used both of theirs today.
Bill Cowher has a sore arm from throwing that red flag. Just 35 total yards
rushing
for the team that led the NFL in rushing this season.
And how long was Cordell's run? So if you take his one scramble out of there, they basically have done nothing running the football. Oh, good hit by Anthony Pleasant.
At the line of scrimmage by Anthony Pleasant.
What did Bill Belichick say to us last night? I am not worried about Jerome Bettis running. He might get some 5-yard runs, but he's not going to rip off a 40-yarder against us. And Anthony Pleasant follows Bill Belichick everywhere he goes.
Oh, he's been with Bill Belichick. What did we count up? About 8 years. He's one of those players that Bill Belichick is just comfortable to have around on the team.
Likes him as a player, but even likes him more as a person. A good example for all the young players.
3rd and 6 now for Stewart and the Steelers. Stewart over the middle, and that's complete. And enough for a first down to Troy Edwards.
Nice job again, Cordell Stewart, just being patient. Doesn't get nervous. You know, maybe a year or two ago, he would have broke out that quarterback pocket a little too early. But this time, all the way from the outside, the Patriots matching up. Troy Edwards does not catch a lot of balls, so they put Shaw on him, who is the 4th defensive back.
From the 42, penalty markers fly. Stewart over the middle, tipped, intercepted. Bucky Jones has the football. Still on his feet and down at the 32-yard line. My guess is that the Patriots jumped offside.
Anthony Pleasant jumped early.
Offside. New England, number 98 in the neutral zone at the snap. That's a 5-yard penalty. The interception is overturned. Repeat first down.
Well, Bill Cowher sees another break come his way. 10:04 to play here in the 3rd.
Well, if I was the Pittsburgh Steelers, I wouldn't even think of running it. Well, maybe now, 1st and 5, you can sneak a run in there. Look at Cordell Stewart's numbers. Playing pretty well today.
Well, you have to be impressed by this defense that the New England Patriots have thrown up here this afternoon. 1st and 5. Stewart's going to throw it. Going to go down the far sideline, and it's incomplete. And a penalty marker is thrown. Plexico Burress working against Otis Smith. What did Hines Ward tell us? He said Cordell Stewart has become so comfortable with Plexico Burress, if he sees him one-on-one, he'll throw it up there and let him go get it.
Well, because he's smart. That's why. Because look at Burress. Otis Smith, not one of the small corners in the league.
Interference. New England, number 45. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul. First down.
And Plexico Burress, Greg, is such an intimidating and such his size. It's easy for a quarterback to throw those footballs up to let him go over the top of the defensive back or stop and make the throw that you throw behind him.
Plexico Burress has scored 7 touchdowns in his last 11 games. First down from the 21. Stewart to the corner of the end zone and overthrows everybody. And that was Otis Smith over there, who appears to be following Plexico Burress all over the field.
He is. He's matching up against him, and they're putting Ty Law on Hines Ward. But again, Otis Smith, knowing the defense, knew he had help inside, and Burress is making moves, but he's not going for him because he knows he doesn't have to.
2nd and 10. Stewart on a draw to the 17. Boy, did you see how tight Otis Smith was on Plexico Burress?
Yeah. I tell you, I don't know. I'm very impressed with what they've done against Cordell Stewart's runs. And, you know, when you talk about it, well, how does a quarterback in his runs, how they become so effective? Well, you think about it this way. You have an extra blocker. Usually the defense can outnumber you. But when the quarterback runs, you get your extra blocker to help him, and it makes it, well, it makes it easier for the offense to get those holes, get them blocked, and that's why he's been very good at that.
A big 3rd and 5. Bledsoe goes down at the 21. Little crossover action on the front defensive line by the Pittsburgh Steelers, and they got to the quarterback.
Well, the initial pass protection is very good. They're blocking them. There's another movement up front. Bledsoe has the time, but the receivers can't get open quick enough.
Troy Edwards stands at his own 35. Low, bouncing, taken at the 40. Coming this way, gets a big block. Midfield, going back the other way to the 45, the 40. Pushed out of bounds by Walter at the 32-yard line. A 38-yard punt, a 29-yard return.
Good job by Troy Brown, not letting the football bounce. Myron Bell, terrific block. Another good block as he goes across the field. And Troy Edwards gives the Steelers a short field to work with.
Boy, what did we say just a moment ago about a shift in momentum? The line of scrimmage, the New England 32. First time all day the Steelers begin a drive in New England territory. Stewart to throw. Deep sideline pattern. It is incomplete and out of bounds. Plexico Burris, the intended receiver.
Well, the one thing you can never question, watch Burris, he is out of bounds. Has to jump and catch the football. Never gave Cordell Stewart enough room to throw the football, but when you talk about Cordell Stewart, you heard Bill Belichick talk about him last night, Greg. He went out to Colorado when he was a senior and timed Cordell Stewart, all the running backs and wide receivers, and he goes, wow, the fastest guy out there is the quarterback. Plus, he has a really strong arm.
On 2nd and 10. To the near side, and that is Kreider out of the backfield, and Kreider belted out of bounds by Ty Law. Don't want to belabor that point about a shift in momentum, but in this quarter, Pittsburgh has 10 first downs to none for New England.
Well, I don't think you can overdo the point, Greg, because it's evident. The Steelers now, Cordell Stewart getting more time to throw the football. He looks more comfortable. Receivers all of a sudden are getting open.
3rd and 1. Stewart holding on to it and has a first down.
And you know, sometimes in situations like this, it does become easier for you. You're behind. You're the aggressor. You're the one taking the chances. And on the other side, you don't know what to do. You're backpedaling, trying to protect, hoping something goes good for you, and it becomes harder to defend when you do that. It's like the fight in the last round. Who has to have a knockout to win.
2:05 to play in the 3rd. Stewart throws wide open. Inside the 15-yard line is Burris. Burris still on his feet and now out of bounds. And penalty markers are down. Here's Ed Hockley.
There was no foul on the play. The runner had already stepped out of bounds. The run did result in a first down, though.
That's a big break for the Steelers. Hines Ward gets a block in the back. Here it comes against Ty Law. The runner, he says, Burris had already stepped out of bounds when the block occurred. Here it is. Out of bounds with the left foot. The block is right in front of him. You can see Ty Law starting to fall forward. Cordell Stewart missed Hines Ward in the back of the end zone. He was wide open for the touchdown.
The ball just outside of the 10-yard line. 1st and 10 for Pittsburgh. Zeroué up the middle. Touchdown!
Well, you got the Patriots defense guessing. Teddy Bruschi just gets devoured by Marvell Smith on the inside, and Amos Zeroué has that little extra speed to make it work.
Chris Brown's extra point attempt is good. The Pittsburgh Steelers rejoice. 1:29 to play in the third. The Patriots lead is down to 4.
Fan mail. Mainframe. Fan mail. Linux.
There's an unsung hero of the infrastructure.
I almost forgot. Middleware, it's for you.
He's the X-Man, as in epoxy, the glue that holds everything together.
Hi.
You want my autograph?
No, thank you.
Every team needs a Middleware. He seeks not glory. He seeks only results.
Honey, they got any kumquats? I love kumquats.
I don't know what kumquats look like. They got some great-looking tomatoes. Do we need tomatoes?
No, I just got tomatoes.
They got kiwis. They got some red things here.
Hey, aren't you that guy?
No, sorry, I'm not him. What about bananas?
Come on, I know you.
I get that all the time. I'm sorry.
You're on television. In commercials.
Hey, pal, I don't do commercials.
I'm sorry.
That's what you say, hon. There's 5 bananas too many to get brown, you know.
Hey. So it's $31.99 a month, right?
Yep. Over 100 channels, all 100% digital quality.
Cool. Upstairs. What are you waiting for? Chop, chop.
Got it.
What? You think I wash cars for free?
Just $31.99 a month gets you over 100 channels of DirecTV programming. Feel the joy. DirecTV.
Okay, sir, you're all signed up.
The verdict is in. Over 28 million viewers have made First Monday TV's newest smash hit drama. This Friday, the 3 strikes law becomes the Supreme Court's toughest battle.
Life sentence for stealing a pair of sneakers.
But the vote could change one judge's life forever.
Remember me?
First Monday, all new CBS Friday.
I'm Jerome Bettis from the Pittsburgh Steelers. On behalf of my teammates and fellow NFL players, we would like to thank all the men and women in our armed services for all that you do to protect our great country. Thank you.
All right, Jerome, welcome back to a fired-up Heinz Field where Steeler fans have seen Troy Edwards' 28-yard punt return set up Pittsburgh's second touchdown in the last 3 minutes and 42 seconds. Pass from the 2. 20. Out to the 28-yard line. Brought down by Deshae Townsend. And a reminder, CBS Super Friday kicks off with Super Bowl's greatest commercials of all time, followed by an all-new episode of the new hit series First Monday. And then don't miss the live Super Bowl bash with LL Cool J, Rebecca Romaine Stamos, Sting, and more Friday here on CBS, America's most watched network. Bledsoe in the huddle, trying to reinstill some fire on in relief of Tom Brady.
This is like the start of the game all over for the Patriots offense. Crowd noise.
And they spread the field with 5 wide receivers. Quick pass over the middle, in and out of the hands of Jermaine Wiggins. Let's go down to Armin Katayan. Armin.
Greg, just to follow up, in the locker room at halftime, Bill Belichick, and the last thing he did was draw his team together and tell them they were going to face exactly something like this. He said, you have to stay alert, you have to be physical, but most of all, you have got to keep your composure in a game like this. Composure that is going to be sorely tested right now. Back to you.
All right, Armin. Armin's got an eel around his neck.
Wow.
2nd and 10.
Yeah, movie star.
Bledsoe throws, and on the in-cut, that's complete to Charles Johnson, number 81.
Wow, what a throw. Brent Alexander on a big hit. The New England wide receivers today, when they are catching the football, they are paying the price. But another rocket by Drew Bledsoe. Beautiful.
On the sideline, Tom Brady cheering Drew Bledsoe on as the Patriots register their first down this quarter. It comes with less than a minute to play. And there's movement on the front line again.
Well, you're just making them sit there too long.
Before the ball was snapped, false start. New England, number 64. 5-yard penalty. It's still first down.
Well, you have to say this. They're spacing him out. That time it was Greg Robinson Randall, the guilty party.
Well, you know, listen, when you look at this, Tim Lewis, the defensive coordinator for the Pittsburgh Steelers, he creates this havoc because how about we talked to him yesterday? I said, hey, coach, when's the best time to blitz? And he started laughing, and he goes, right after the blitz, you just run. So blitz him one down, come back, pressure the offense constantly. That's what he believes in, and that's what they do.
Patriots have been guilty of 5 false starts today. Bledsoe finds his man, Brown, across midfield and into Pittsburgh territory at the 48-yard line. And with that, time will run down on the third quarter. The AFC Championship has 15 minutes to decide a winner. That's the end of the third. New England leads at 21-17. We're coming back after this message and a word from your local station. You're watching the NFL on CBS.
The frenzy of February gets underway. Saturday, North Carolina battles Georgia Tech. Sunday, Michigan State collides with Illinois. Next weekend on CBS.
More Americans watch CBS than any other network.
The Detroit Auto Show is over, but the great deals are on during the Auto Show Afterglow at your Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep dealer. In addition to our already great incentives, we'll match your down payment up to $1,000 on select Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep vehicles for up to $2,000 toward your down payment. Plus, get our powertrain pledge, low financing, or additional cash allowances. But matching payment ends soon, so see your dealer before it's over.
He loves football because you do. He loves basketball because you do. His love of sports started with you. Don't let it end because of you. If your excessive gambling is affecting your family and ruining your life, get help. Win your life back and win your family back. If you've got a problem gambling on sports, call the Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Dad, please call.
The Detroit Auto Show is over, but the great deals are on during the Auto Show Afterglow at your Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep dealer. In addition to our already great incentives, we'll match your down payment up to $1,000 on select Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep vehicles for up to $2,000 toward your down payment. Plus, get our powertrain pledge, low financing, or additional cash allowances. But matching payment ends soon, so see your dealer before it's over.
News comes first, right here on this station, Channel 3.
The winner gets a ticket to New Orleans and a berth in Super Bowl 36. 21-17 as we start the fourth. Antoine Smith ducks it out to the right side, looking for running room, and he's just surrounded by Steelers. John Fiala and Joey Porter led the charge. It'll be second down.
Well, no, they're going to measure it to see if it is a first down.
Official timeout.
And from the spot of the ball, it looks...
Don't guess.
I know.
Don't even do it.
It was easier in the snow last week.
Well, you can hear. Just listen to it now, Greg. The crowd's quieted down. Drew Bledsoe throwing that big in cut. Then another nice throw by him, standing in there with pressure all around him, and they pick up a couple first downs. And hey, it just takes the pressure. Again, I've said this, off the play calling It takes it off your offense. They've changed field position. And always on offense, when you get a first down or two, it puts you in rhythm. It just makes it a lot easier to execute the plays.
Bledsoe with a touchdown pass in relief of Tom Brady here today. Antoine Smith cuts it back and finds running room inside the 40 to about the 38 or 39-yard line, and a little power running shown by Antoine Smith.
Well, in patience, I don't know if it was patience or he just realized there was nowhere to go. And finally, the Steelers, they just overrun the ball, and he cuts it back for a nice gain. Antoine Smith, what I say last week, he told us, I got no wiggle in my game. I take it straight ahead, but that time showed a lot of patience to get the football up inside for good yardage.
Straight ahead for a yard, not much more than that. Jason Gilden, who has had a monster game on defense, makes the stop after the gain of a yard, and it's 3rd and 3.
You know, Jason Gilden, linebacker like the Steelers, they've had so many good ones in the past, but just recognizes the play and gets down inside before anybody can even get a hand on him the blocking.
The towels start to wave again. 3rd and 3. Gets rid of it, complete to Edwards out of the backfield for a first down to the 32. Good job by Drew Bledsoe.
Yes, it was, Greg, a good job. One wide receiver in the game. You don't know where they're going to throw it. Lee Flowers from the top comes untouched. Bledsoe does a good job of getting in the air. Otherwise, that hit's really going to hurt, and makes a good throw to Edwards out in the flat.
So the Patriots have advanced now to the Pittsburgh 32. And straight ahead is Redmond, and Redmond inside the 30 to the 28-yard line. Clock continues to move, 12.5 to play in the 4th.
I think as you watch this game today, and yeah, there are 21 points on the board by the Patriots, but 14 from special teams. But as you watch these drives, it's amazing how many good things you've got to do just to get in position to try to score against this Steeler defense. It's as good as advertised. There's really no weakness that you can just say we're going to pick on, and mainly because you don't get the time to throw the football.
Redmond cuts it back inside, diving for the 25-yard line, and is just short.
Well, you were bringing up a point to me as we see that run. Scores 21-17. You asked me, why don't they go for 2 points and make it a 3-point game? I said, it's too early. Because if you go for 2 and you miss 21-16, are you going to hold the Patriots scoreless for the rest of the game? Now, if they do kick a field goal, a touchdown by you can tie it.
I declined math as a second major. A big 3rd and 4. Bledsoe. This side. And it is to Fred Coleman, number 84. And the officials are still talking about it down here.
Off the ground, skipped off the ground, incomplete. Brings it for down.
The back judge, Kirk Dornan, says it hit the ground. Let's watch it.
And the official on the near side completely shielded by Coleman's body.
I think the Patriots are hoping to see if there's a replay that gives them a chance to challenge
And
it.
Bill Belichick throws the flag onto the field.
That's his second challenge of the day. Let's watch it. Ground level.
New England is challenging the ruling on the field that the pass was incomplete.
Well, let's see what Ed Hockley is going to do here. Again, he has to see something that's going to make him overturn the call already made on the field. Did you notice the difference in the way the coaches throw the flag? You know, Bill Belichick was kind of an underhand toss and just like lay it out there. And Bill Cowher did his with a little more fury.
Cowher was trying to hit an official.
You know, Phil, as we await this decision and this ruling. I mentioned Super Bowl 36 next week, and I know you agree with me. We want to send our best wishes out to our friend and colleague Pat Summerall for a great Super Bowl next Sunday in New Orleans.
Well, you can't tell if he makes the catch here, Greg. It's just hard to see. Nothing conclusive there.
That one also a little bit difficult.
Well, that was the best shot I've seen so far. So if we get a chance, let's look at that one more time. But to finish your point, yes, I do wish Pat Summerall all the best. And he called many of our games when I was playing for the Giants. Had a lot of opportunities to meet him, and a wonderful person. Wow. Now, my eyes tell me he got his hands under that.
Yeah, that looks like a catch from here.
So the back judge, Kirk Dornan, says no. He was at back and in the middle of the field, looked out. He thought it hit the ground.
You know, you made mention of this earlier in the week, and I'm willing to wager that Pat Summerall called your name more often than I have this last few years.
He didn't have my name with 4-letter words attached to it like you do. That's a pretty good shot right there. I can see, and the white gloves gives you a good idea.
There are no angles from which it's possible to tell whether the ball does hit the ground or not. Therefore, the ruling on the field stands as called, incomplete. It brings up 4th down. New England is charged with their second timeout.
Well, I can understand why he does it. The last angle was the best we had, and
not enough for him to
overturn it.
Yeah. And he's explaining it to Bill Belichick. So now Adam Vinatieri, who hit 2 huge field goals in the snow a week ago, will attempt a field goal from 44 yards out. As he looks to give New England a 7-point lead. Got it away long enough, straight enough, and it's good. Adam Vinatieri, another clutch field goal. 24-17, New England.
Come on, man. 23 triple-doubles last season alone. He's a monster in the block. He can hit the 3. I mean, he's money come playoff time.
But he can't shoot a free throw. My grandmother could shoot a free throw better than him.
Well, I haven't seen your grandmother play, but I'm sure she's awesome. His critics call him cold, but I find this warm. I find it engaging.
I see that. It's more like a wheel of octopi.
Very unilateral. The play of dark and light is a classic, Dude, octopi?
Buzz cut, buzz cut, buzz cut, $12 each. Knowing the teacher won't be able to tell you apart, priceless. There are some things money can't buy. For haircuts, there's MasterCard.
Oh, my head.
Wish you could undo what you did last night? Introducing new Alka-Seltzer Morning Relief, a special combination of ingredients to relieve your pounding head and give you a burst of energy. Alka-Seltzer Morning Relief. Feel better than you should.
Hi, everybody. I'm Kelly, and I'm going to be your instructor today.
She seems nice.
That means you belong to me.
Uh-oh.
Let's go. Pedal, pedal, pedal.
Bring it on, Kelly.
Need energy that lasts? Try Energy Crunch from Wheaties. It's got complex carbs, protein clusters, and B vitamins for that lasting energy you need.
Thanks, Kelly. That was fun.
Wheaties Energy Crunch. How far does your breakfast go?
Was the FBI's legendary J. Edgar Hoover part of a conspiracy to put an innocent man in prison and let a guilty man go free? 60 Minutes tonight.
With all the marbles on the table here at Heinz Field in Pittsburgh, the New England Patriots invaded the lair of the Steelers and came out smoking. They lost Tom Brady early on, but Drew Bledsoe has thrown a touchdown pass. Special teams has contributed 2 touchdowns. And as we go to the 4th quarter of the AFC Championship game, it's New England by a touchdown. Greg Gumbel, Phil Simms, Armin Katayan, Bonnie Bernstein, and our ace CBS Sports crew. 11-12 to play in regulation. From the 7-yard line, it's Troy Edwards. 25, 30. And down at about the 33-yard line. And let's check in with Bonnie downstairs. Bonnie.
Well, Greg, this might be a good time to point out that Bill Cowher told us in his 10 years coaching here in Pittsburgh, and keep in mind, he's taken this team to a Super Bowl and 4 AFC championships. He has never coached a team that has this much resolve and this much emotion on a weekly basis. And he talked about how they've won coming from behind and how they've won in overtime. And, of course, they haven't had Jerome Bettis in 6 games. And on Cordell Stewart, he said in '97 in the AFC championship, he was a happy-go-lucky kid. Now it's all about football.
Thank you, Bonnie. From the 33, Cordell Stewart with the handoff, and Jerome Bettis can't get anywhere.
I think Bonnie was reading my mind. That's not easy to do, by the way. But you know, Bill Belichick said I want to make this game, I want it to be won by Cordell Stewart. And right now, Cordell Stewart has done everything pretty well. He is not committed to big turnover. He's seeing the receivers when they get open most of the time, making good, safe throws, and it's just another statement of how he's improved and become a better quarterback, especially this year.
Stewart to throw on 2nd and 10. Burris, and Burris just short of the 50-yard line, makes the catch for a first down.
Well, he got, you know, as I say that, Cordell got a little lazy on the throw. Really didn't fire his legs into it, so the football ends up being short, even though Plexico Burris makes the catch. Again, Otis Smith overplaying down the field, and the receivers are stopping, coming back, and making the catches.
Stewart, far side of the field, and that one is complete to Hines Ward, and Hines Ward about a yard or two shy of a first down, but a fine throw that time by Stewart.
Yeah, it really is, and the key to their passing offense is if you're going to play us and let us play man-to-man outside, in which the Patriots are doing, if you play outside, we're going to throw the football inside, and vice versa. So if you're going to be a quarterback for a Bill Cowher team, you've got to be able to throw to the edges of the field.
Boy, are we getting a lesson in cornerback play today from Ty Law and Otis Smith?
A lot of pressure's being put on them, and so far they've done pretty well.
On 2nd and 1, Stewart going to throw, has his man open, it is bobbled and dropped, and a penalty marker flies.
I'm watching it. I don't know who they're going to call against. It's going to be against Burris. Saw the official look back. But boy, you know what really sticks out? He is such a great target.
Pass interference, Pittsburgh, number 80. Push off. 10-yard penalty.
Watch the hand-to-hand combat.
Oh, yeah, got that hand outside. Oh, boy, just swatted Otis Smith around, but good call. But, Greg, it just, as we stand up here, and we're 75 to 100 yards away, you can just see his physical presence just overwhelms everybody else on the football field.
Pleading his case to his coach on the sideline.
What did Hines Ward tell us? Plexico Burris has always been able to get by just with wonderful talent. This year he really started working at it, and that's why he's had a good year.
Stewart this time on the run, throws this side, and that's complete to Ward. Yeah, Ward was saying he was one of the guys who took Plexico under his wing, taught him how to watch game film, encouraged him to do more work on his own.
And run routes the proper way. Very common for college athletes to come into the pros and not have good work habits. So they think they're good until you get in the pros, and you realize you're not a worker. Or, you know, doing certain things on the practice field right, because they've always been so much better than everybody else they've gone against.
Here's a big third down for Stewart and the Steeler offense.
No blitz this time.
And here it comes, just as you say that. Stewart down the sideline. It is incomplete, intended for number 81, Troy Edwards. And Terrence Shaw was with him and may have caught a little bit of the ball with his shoulder.
Well, blitzing, Greg, it's all about timing. Look from the outside. Here come the two blitzers, but look at the pickup Zaraway with a good job, and Cordell Stewart recognizes it, makes another good throw. Edwards drops it.
So Troy Brown is deep for the kick. Sky high. Fair catch called for. And Brown makes the catch at the 18-yard line, and we have a marker down at about the line of scrimmage.
Boy, Gerard Cherry, Greg.
It's against New England.
He was through free. Looked like he was going to block the punt.
After the ball was punted, holding New England, number 52. It's a 10-yard penalty from the end of the kick. New England keeps the ball, first down.
So Ted Johnson guilty of the penalty. It'll back the Patriots up. Pretty bad field position, but they've got the ball with a 1-touchdown lead and 8:20 to play.
Listen to the king. AM and PM, we got something new.
The new Egg Witch Muffin Sandwich. Egg, Canadian-style bacon and cheese, just 99 cents.
BKNBB, something new for you.
And for later on, the new King Supreme. More beef than a Big Mac, with saucier sauce. Always flame broiled, never fried.
Every night and day, BB&B can let you have it your way.
Where is it written that only a sports car can behave like a sports car? Not here.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. Ha. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, zoom, 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 zoom. Yeah, zoom, zoom, zoom. Yeah, zoom, zoom, zoom. Hey, mom, what?
The powerful 2-liter Mazda Protege. Why should sports cars have all the fun?
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Miller Lite. Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time. DirecTV, the #1 digital satellite entertainment provider. And by IBM. E-business is the game. Play to win.
Well, you've heard a lot about the Pittsburgh defense, and rightfully though this season. It led the NFL in allowing yards per game and rushing yards per game and number of first downs allowed. And now it has the advantage of field position. Bledsoe to throw. Deep. This side of the field. Tipped and almost caught by David Patton.
David Patton is so fast that you just can't even imagine it until you get in a foot race with him. But I couldn't see who put the pressure on Drew Bledsoe. If he has just a little more time, it's going to be a touchdown. Dwayne Wash, look at David Patton just pulling away. He gets his hand on the football. I think it was Kendrell Bell was on the blitz and got in the face of Drew Bledsoe, where he was about a 2 yards short on the throw.
2nd and 10. Bledsoe to the air again. A little hop, and the pass completed to Mark Edwards out of the backfield across the 15 to the 16-yard line. In past years, we've made reference to that little hop when Bledsoe throws, and that's when you know he's feeling his rhythm and he's on his game.
Oh, it's gonna be a strike when he gets that hop in there. And Greg, you know why? That means he gets the time. There's nobody in front of him, so he can hop. And when he does that, he's just too good. He's going to hit the receiver.
Clock moving, 7:40 to play in the 4th. And a big 3rd and 3 facing the Patriots. Bledsoe throws, and that's complete to Jermaine Wiggins.
Forward progress is going to get a first down, I think. Wow, what a catch, because Bledsoe, he threw that awfully hard. Jermaine Wiggins has turned into a weapon here the last couple of weeks.
Jermaine Wiggins had 14 receptions during the regular season, had 10 catches for 68 yards last week against Oakland.
Oh, right at his face. Tough catch, and he comes up with it. Mike Logan, a safety on the coverage. Go inside, fake, come back outside. Good play by Wiggins.
So a first down for the Patriots out to their own 20-yard line. Bledsoe throws this side, almost intercepted by Joey Porter. It looked like it was going to be one of those replays from last week where David Patton makes a catch on his knees. It never got that far.
Well, I tell you what, I've said this a couple times today. It's just a case in point. These defenses, when you make these throws during the regular season, the linebacker never gets there, and all of a sudden you make the same throw, and Joey Porter almost intercepts it for a touchdown. The talent level has gone up. Decision-making has to change because of that.
Bledsoe has thrown on 4 consecutive downs. This will be a 5th. Running out of time. On the move, and is down at the 20.
Boy, good job. That's so hard for a quarterback to pull it down when he's trying to throw it down the field. And Drew Bledsoe looked at every single receiver. Nobody open. Just watch him. He looked down the field. He looks out for the short receiver. Then he gets both hands on the football to protect it. Good job.
So now another one of those critical third down plays. 3rd and 11. And the clock coming up on 6 minutes to play in regulation. Bledsoe with time, lofts it out, and it's complete to Troy Brown and out of bounds for a first down. He has an arm like a howitzer, and he lofted that one up as softly as any pass you'll ever see.
That was so sweet, it's unbelievable. Drew Bledsoe knows that his receiver is running across the field and away from the defenders and makes the perfect throw over the top. Look at the linebackers. Mike Jones, he knows the receiver's behind him, but there's so much more field to the outside, and Bledsoe, a perfect throw.
Troy Brown, 8 catches, 121 yards today, and don't forget a huge punt return. Antoine Smith to the 36.
Well, what this has done, these 2 first downs, Greg, it's getting down to where you're limiting the Pittsburgh Steelers now, maybe 1 possession to try to tie the football game. Well, this says a lot about Drew Bledsoe, too. And we've talked about it already. But, you know, during the week, he wasn't sitting around crying about the fact that he wasn't the starting quarterback. He's paying attention to what the coach was saying, and he's come in and he's played well. To say he's played well is an understatement.
On 2nd and 11, out here and overthrows Edwards, the intended receiver. It'll be 3rd and 11.
And also, I talk about the time of possession, cutting it down for the Steelers maybe to 1 possession, but also they changed field position. They're backed up, 2 first downs. Now it just makes it that much more difficult for the Steelers to go down the field and score.
New England has 1 timeout. Pittsburgh has all 3 of theirs. Bledsoe throws over the middle. Incomplete. Intended for Patton. And slow to get up is number 72, Matt Light.
Yeah, Charlie Weiss wants pass interference. You know, I'll just make this point. You talk about scrambling quarterbacks. One thing big, tall quarterbacks have that other guys don't sometimes. Drew Bledsoe able to see over and stand in there to the last second to almost complete the pass.
Troy Edwards stands back at his own 23.
Short.
This one bounces, and he picks it off at the 21. Knocked out of bounds. Forward progress will be marked at about the 21 or 22-yard line. 42-yard kick, 3-yard return, and Cordell Stewart with 4:21 to play needs a touchdown for a tie.
Dennis, listen, got a little advertising opportunity for you, pally. Foot powder.
Yeah, foot powder, right. Forget about it.
Well, before you say that, it's a truckload of money.
Sam, I don't do commercials, period.
Hey, you're preaching to the choir. I told them that.
Know why I don't do commercials?
Why's that, pal?
Because they're dishonest. They lie.
Boy, that's strong language.
I'm supposed to peddle some product I don't even use. Forget about it. I'm not going to do it.
I wouldn't let you do it.
You better believe it.
How'd your date go?
How did the date go?
Good.
I think it went well. What do you wear? Khakis and sandals. He's intellectual. He reads, is totally into foreign films. He's a great talker. Very athletic, very good body. I think he's really deep and special.
Talking things over? Grab a Miller Lite. It's Miller time.
He doesn't even own a TV. Keeper.
I love this show.
I want to tell the world about a friend I know. He eats at Subway, which is where I go. I'm so happy I just gotta smile. 'Cause thanks to Jared, I have a whole new style.
With exercise and a diet including Subway's 7 sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less, people are finding a tasty way to look and feel better.
Anyone sitting here?
Subway, eat fresh.
Proud sponsor of the American Heart Association's Heart Walk.
America's #1 reality show is going back to the beach. The new Survivor. Fun to watch? Definitely. Paradise? Not exactly. Because this time the new castaways will have to find their own food, water, and make their own fire. Survivor Marquesas premieres CBS Thursday, February 28th.
We remind you, coming up next, the PGA Tour on CBS presents continuing coverage of the Phoenix Open presented by Xerox. That's coming up next. Duffy Waldorf in the lead by a shot as we return to action here in Pittsburgh. 4:21 on the clock. Stewart, quick slam. Burris across the 30 to the 32-yard line, and that's pretty close to a first down.
You know, one thing I noticed, why New England's been blitzing and why they did it coming in this game, because they're playing zone defense and not attacking the quarterback. They're not covering receivers, and Cordell is completing passes with ease.
11-yard pickup, first down. Stewart and the Steelers going without a huddle. Looking for the draw, and it's not there. He may have lost a yard on the play. He did. It'll be 2nd and 11. Mike Vrabel, Roman Pfeiffer closing on the quarterback.
Gosh, they have done nothing with those quarterback runs today. Just another good example. Romeo Crennel really teaching his guys, especially the defensive line, stay in good position.
Quick drop, thrown to the outside, and that one is complete to Jeremy Tooman, the tight end. Out to about 35. And no matter what the outcome of this game is, what does that tell you about, the heavy favorites that sometimes teams are made in championship games? And you know, in comes a team with a big heart that maybe wasn't counted on and turns things around completely.
Well, you know, listen, Pittsburgh deserved to be the heavy favorite. They were the most consistent team by far from start to finish in the season. But New England, you know, the last half has been every bit the equal of the Steelers.
3rd and 8. Plenty of time for Stewart. Throws over the middle, bounced up into the air and intercepted. Jones has the football inside the 40, inside the 35-yard line.
Cordell Stewart trying to hang in there, throws the football about 1 yard too far in front of the receiver. Watch Cordell Stewart, nice view. You're the quarterback. He looks to the outside. It's Hines Ward. He leads him too much, and Tabucky Jones makes a nice interception.
3rd turnover of the day by the Pittsburgh Steelers. Jones with 1 interception during the regular season, and Cordell,
he knows it. Wide open. By far, you know, by far his worst pass of the day, because it was, you know, way too far offline for a quarterback who had protection and a wide open receiver.
Pittsburgh with 3 timeouts remaining. Antoine Smith to the 33. And the Steelers burn a timeout right here. 2:35 to play in the fourth quarter.
I'm so proud of this team.
What a great season.
What an infrastructure. One integrated machine. So, Coach, what are you going to do in the off-season?
Off-season? In e-business, there's no off-season.
No off-season?
See, this whole thing's just a metaphor. I thought it was an allegory. Well, allegory, analogy, whatever. It's an endless season. It's 24/7. The clock never stops. No showtime without uptime.
What are you guys talking about?
This game.
Now this same feeling is available in a car. Introducing the all-new Mazda Protege 5. Same feeling. New form.
The Wolf has been linked to more than a dozen bombings in the last decade.
I've talked to him.
You cannot take the law into your own hands.
Thanks for your advice.
From the jungles of Colombia.
What do you think of this place?
To the streets of Washington. No one can stop a killer except the man who knows his face. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Collateral Damage. Rated R. Starts February 8th at a theater near you.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Nextel. Nextel, how business gets done. And by Mazda, always the soul of a sports car.
What a tale of three quarterbacks here at Heinz Field today. Cordell Stewart, Tom Brady, and Drew Bledsoe. Pittsburgh has 2 timeouts remaining. And now Bledsoe calls timeout. And that is the third and final timeout the New England Patriots have. We remind you, Saturday, the 9th of February, join the NFL's biggest stars for the 2002 Pro Bowl. Tom Brady, well, maybe he'll be there. Depends on that leg. Cordell Stewart, Kurt Warner, Marshall Faulk, among those expected. Check your local listings.
Well, the Steelers, what they got to do on defense here is they have to sell out, make sure you don't give up any yards. There's Tim Lewis, the defensive coordinator, because a field goal is going to cost you the game. And right now, if it was a field goal by the Patriots, it would be about 50 to 51 yards.
Cordell Stewart, 255 passing yards, a playoff career high, but he's also thrown 2 interceptions here today. On 2nd and 10. Smith. And the whistle blows, and the Steelers stop the clock at 2:27. They have 1 timeout remaining plus the 2-minute warning.
Well, as you watch it, you like to guess what the team, will the Patriots run it or will they throw it? Throw it and get the first down, you're going to win the football game. If you don't get the first down, you try a long field goal.
Well, you might remember they were fighting for their playoff lives last week in Foxborough. They came up to a big 3rd down, and everyone in the stadium, including the Oakland Raiders, figured that they would throw it, and they ran it for a first down.
That's right. The difference there, Greg, is they were ahead up there. I mean, they were down up there. They're ahead this time.
Third and 8. J.R. Redmond, a good receiver, is in the game in the backfield.
Same play they scored a touchdown on.
Bledsoe steps up, throws to the far sideline. Nobody there. Incomplete.
Same play. They threw the touchdown pass earlier in the game, and this time the Steelers changed defense, and they covered very well.
And here comes Vinatieri. This is another interesting call here. Do you go with the field goal attempt, and if you miss it, your field position is significantly worse.
Well, you know, you got to go for it. You try to win the game right here. You don't punt it and try to hold on at the end. You go for the win, kick the field goal.
It's a 50-yard attempt by Vinatieri. He has a long this season of 54. On the way. Long enough, but wide.
Boy, Adam Vinatieri hits it solid. You could hear the sound on your TV. You could see the spin just a little bit going to the left. And it's just enough because it's so long, it makes the football go left to the upright.
Bill Cowher knows his team still has more than just a fighting chance. 2:15 on the clock. 1 timeout remaining, 60 yards from the end zone.
Wow. Wow is right. Just sit back.
With your seatbelts fastened.
Who goes to the Super Bowl? Blitz.
Stewart overthrows everybody. Burris turned it in. Stewart was looking for him to take it up the field.
Boy, you see coaches so many times. I've watched NFL films, and you stand on the sideline. What do we do? Well, you do what you've done the whole game, and that time again, the Patriots with the blitz, and they make Cordell Stewart basically throw it away.
2nd and 10. This time, safeties drop deep. The pass over the middle, and it's intercepted. This is Lawyer Malloy, and Malloy is down at midfield.
It got away from Cordell Stewart again. Both interceptions, the ball just did not come out of his hand the way he had hoped. And Otis Smith, I was watching him the whole play, was so aggressive at the line of scrimmage and then just trailed Plexico Burris and causes the interception. He's underneath. The throw's going to go to your right. Nice step up. Otis Smith came under the receiver. Maybe that's what Cordell Stewart saw, so he throws it high, but Burris not able to jump up that high and get the reception. Look at Otis Smith. Nice job. Played the route. He guesses, and Bill Belichick knows that's it.
His last 3 throws result in 2 interceptions. And now on the ground, Antoine Smith will take it to the 2-minute warning. 1:56 on the clock. The Patriots are that far from New Orleans.
From the summit.
Day 15.
Where's he going?
Oh, hey, guys. Just gonna mail my credit card payment.
You mean you don't have a Capital One no hassle card?
Want a choice of payment dates? Try Capital One's no hassle card. Plus, get the nation's lowest long-term fixed rates and no telemarketing.
What's in your wallet?
Wait your turn.
Have a good night.
Take me with you.
Excuse me?
Take me with you. I want to get away. I want to wander the Andes, climb the ruins of Machu Picchu. We'll explore Laguna de los Condors and search the Amazon for lost tribes. I have a keychain with a can opener. I'm a good listener. I can make guacamole.
Presenting the Freelander from Land Rover, the most well-traveled vehicles on Earth.
For 7 years, no drama has beaten ER until CSI came along. See why it's the most watched drama of the season. CBS Thursday, one of CSI's own.
Who is this?
Is held hostage in a bizarre kidnapping. Now she's the one leaving clues behind.
If she wants to get us a message, she will.
All new CSI, CBS Thursday.
We remind you the Subway postgame show coming your way shortly. Jim Nantz and company have a recap of the game and the presentation of the Lamar Hunt Trophy to the new AFC champion. That comes up next on the Subway postgame show. As you look at Cordell Stewart, we're talking about how even we are swayed by the things that we see and hear, Phil. We go to the Steelers practice session on Friday and we talk to the Steeler players and you go, wow, how can they lose? And then you talk to the Patriots on Saturday and you go, wow, how can they lose? Antoine Smith, right side, breaks through to the 40, to the 35, and bulls his way to the 32 for a first down.
Well, that first down definitely wins the game for the New England Patriots. Bill Cowher wants to use his last timeout. But with the first down, they can kneel on the football and basically run out the clock. But you're right, Greg, we saw all the positives of the Steelers. Then we talk to the Patriots and they go, wait, just like the blitz. Bill Belichick says, you know, we plan on blocking them. I don't know what you guys are thinking. We can figure it out. We'll get people in position to block their blitzers. Not that they were great on offense, but they were timely when they had to be. And on defense, that's where the credit goes. They stopped the running game. It was a shutout stopping the Steelers running game today.
These Pittsburgh Steelers, or these New England Patriots, won the AFC Championship game back in 1985. They won it again in 1996. In 85, they went to Miami and beat the Dolphins 31-14 and advanced to Super Bowl 20. And then in 96, at home, they beat the Jacksonville Jaguars and moved on to Super Bowl 31. In both instances, the Super Bowl was played in New Orleans.
And also, Greg, as you talk about this, two things. Drew Bledsoe, again, terrific job. And you cannot give it. You know why you see so many coaches and you see this big money they're being paid? It's because they deserve it. The New England Patriot coaches gave their players opportunities to come out here and execute, and they did it.
As time winds down here, we'll remind you the executive producers of the NFL on CBS are Sean McManus and Terry Ewert. The coordinating director of the NFL on CBS is Larry Cavallina, and the producer of today's game is Mark Wolf. The senior producer of the NFL today is Eric Mann, and the director Bob Matina. And the coordinating producer of CBS Sports is Harold Bryant. The associate directors of today's game, Ross Schneiderman and Steve Karasik. Our broadcast associates, Ryan Galvin and John Paquette. Our technical manager, Pete Callander. Our technical director, Scott Sickler. Our audio supervisor, Phil Adler. Our production manager is Rainey McHenry. And all season long up here in the booth, our spotter, Mike Gluck, and our statistician, Ethan Cooperson. Jobs well done all season long, along with, of course, the best crew around.
There's Bill Belichick, had his two sons. They come into our meeting yesterday.
All dressed up.
Dressed up and with school books. Had to do homework while they were down here with Dad.
The New England Patriots have come into Pittsburgh and done the unthinkable. 11-5 on the regular season. They came from behind to beat the Oakland Raiders last week. And behind Drew Bledsoe's relief effort, they come into Pittsburgh and defeat the Steelers by a score of 24-17.
Ladies and gentlemen, Pittsburgh Steelers, thank you for making great calls.
So time is run down on the Pittsburgh Steelers. 24-17 New England is the final score, and we'll be back for the presentation of the championship trophy at Heinz Field after this.
His name is Henry, Ray Henry. He's a fireman and a carrot fan from Subway. He got real big on burgers and fries. Now he's down to a smaller size. Gets his might from his veggie delight. Great taste each day from his local Subway. He's Henry, Ray Henry.
With exercise and a diet including Subway's 7 delicious sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less, people like Clay Henry are inspirations for everyone.
Subway, eat fresh.
Proud sponsor of the American Heart Association's Heart Walk.
Subway presents Fresh Starts, a special tribute to this year's greatest postseason surprises. Subway, eat fresh. The Philadelphia Eagles have reached the NFC Championship game for the first time since the 1980 season with a defense that features 4 Pro Bowlers. Defensive end Hugh Douglas, middle linebacker Jeremiah Trotter, safety Brian Dawkins, and cornerback Troy Vincent. The Rams should beware of a defense that has allowed an average of 13 points a game, second fewest in the NFL.
Hey, where are you off to?
Some conference in Cleveland.
Oh yeah, who with?
With Cooper.
Cooper.
Who's naughty on this plane?
This guy.
How much do you make?
Drink. Because it's not as much as I make, I'll tell you that much right now.
Sort by shortest flights. Another way Expedia makes it easy to find the trip you're looking for.
Expedia.com. Entertainment Weekly calls it the best show on TV. The King of Queens, CBS Monday.
The Detroit Auto Show is over, but the great deals are on during the Auto Show Afterglow at your Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep dealer. In addition to our already great incentives, we'll match your down payment up to $1,000 on select Dodge, Chrysler, and Jeep vehicles for up to $2,000 toward your down payment. Plus, get our powertrain pledge, low financing, or additional cash allowances. But matching payment ends soon, so see your dealer before it's over.
Pizza for Johnson.
When you're hungry for dinner, pizza's for you. When you're hungry for dinner, only Caesars will do. Oh, yeah.
Hey, pizza lovers, tomorrow only at Little Caesars, pick up a large, hot and delicious pepperoni pizza for only $5.
Little Caesars, we love you.
Pizza.
The Subway postgame show is sponsored by Subway. Fresh-made sandwiches on fresh-baked bread. Subway, eat fresh.
Welcome back to Heinz Field in Pittsburgh and to the Subway post-game show. Greg Gumbel and Phil Simms. The New England Patriots have just won the AFC Championship 24-17 over the Pittsburgh Steelers. And Phil and I were just sitting here talking about, well, if you're going to talk about who are the heroes for the New England Patriots, who are they? And we're still counting.
Well, there's a lot of them, Greg. Anytime you win the AFC Championship, you've got a lot of heroes. First, the coaches, because they came up with an inventive game plan on both sides of the football. Everybody on New England's defense was tremendous, especially the corners, because they put a lot of pressure on Ty Law and Otis Smith. They came through, and then, well, let's don't forget Drew Bledsoe. What a job coming off the bench, making big plays, and not making a mistake.
How about big plays by Troy Brown? Unofficially, 121 receiving yards. That's in addition to a 55-yard punt return for a touchdown, and he picked up a blocked field goal and lateral to Antoine Harris, who went the distance for the touchdown.
We were told, hey, look for Troy Brown on offense because he's going to be the guy. He was on offense, special teams, and really anytime you win a championship in the National Football League, it's got to be a team effort. And that's just the best thing, or the best way to explain the New England Patriots.
You know, you made reference to it earlier in the game. Is there any better example of why a backup quarterback should pay attention during the work week? You never know when you're going to be called on. We'll take a timeout. The trophy presentation is just ahead. The New England Patriots, AFC champions.
His name is Henry, Clay Henry. He's a fireman and a Jared fan from Subway. He got real big on burgers and fries. Now he's down to a smaller size. Gets his might from his veggie delight. Great taste each day from his local Subway. He's Henry, Clay Henry.
With exercise and a diet including Subway's 7 delicious sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less, people like Clay Henry are inspirations for everyone.
Subway, eat fresh.
Proud sponsor of the American Heart Association's Heart Walk.
Free Up, the better way to prepay from Verizon Wireless, gives you more reasons to get connected and stay connected. Get set up with the great Kyocera phone for only $69.99 after $30 mail-in rebate, which includes $15 worth of prepaid minutes and 200 bonus weekend minutes. Hey, if you're already hooked up with Free Up, we'll throw in 200 bonus weekend minutes every time you re-up with $50 or more. So join in and free up, only at Verizon Wireless.
My job is to understand the auto companies better than anybody else. That's just what we need. I worked in the industry, and I understand what it takes to make a successful auto company and what it takes to make a successful investment in those auto companies. At Prudential, we've gone to a 3-point rating system: buy, sell, or hold. There's no gray. If we think it's time to buy, if we think it's time to sell, investors know exactly what our opinion is and what to do with it.
It's just the same old thing. I need adventure, excitement. I'm suffocating.
Okay, you can drive.
Spice things up. The Hyundai Santa Fe. V6 power, full-time four-wheel drive, and the freedom of America's best warranty plan. The Santa Fe.
Don't even think about it.
Patriots fans, your team just won the AFC Championship, and you can wear the same hat and t-shirt the players are wearing during their post-game celebration. Direct from the NFL Shop, the official AFC Champions locker room hat and tee. Celebrate in style with this great combo featuring the Patriots and AFC Champs logos. Call now and bring home a piece of Patriots history with the official locker room hat and tee combo for only $39.95. 877-577-SHOP or log on to superbowl.com.
The Subway postgame show is sponsored by Subway. Fresh-made sandwiches on fresh-baked bread. Subway, eat fresh.
We are back in Pittsburgh, and the New England Patriots are celebrating. They're heading to the Super Bowl in New Orleans to take on either Philadelphia or St. Louis. And I'm joined here by Coach Bill Belichick, Robert Kraft, the chairman and owner of the New England Patriots, and the Hall of Famer Lenny Dawson, here to present the Lamar Hunt Trophy to Mr. Kraft.
Well, they're letting the starting quarterbacks in the first Super Bowl present the AFC and NFC Championship trophy. And because Lamar Hunt's name is on it, it's very special to me because of what he has done for professional football, giving people like me an opportunity to play. But I want to congratulate Bob and Bill for an outstanding job that you've done. Going back to the Super Bowl for your third time, all of them will be played in New Orleans. This time, the outcome will be different. Congratulations.
From lips to God's ears. Thank you. I'd like to thank the Rooney family and the Steelers for treating us so well. I'd like to give great credit to Coach Belichick and his staff and all our players who put team first. To the great fans of New England who support us in the snow, the rain, the sun, we say thank you. But most of all, in this year 2002, we think it's great to have the name Patriots and go into the biggest game in this country. Thank you very much.
Very well said. And Mr. Kraft, if I may ask you, 2 years ago today, this is the anniversary date of when you hired Bill Belichick. Can you tell me what he's meant to your franchise?
Well, I think we stole him, giving up a first-round pick. The cheapest deal I've ever done. One of the best deals, too.
Congratulations. Good luck next week. Bill, to you, what does this moment mean for you in your second year to take the Patriots to the Super Bowl?
Well, it's a great thrill and an honor to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl, Jim, but this is all about our team, the New England Patriots. One big team. Everybody contributed, and they deserve it. These players did a great job.
It really was the definition of a team. Players rooting for one another. Bledsoe all season long really rooting on for Brady. And now you might have a little quarterback issue here this week. What's going to be the story? Who will start?
Get everybody contribute. This will be a big week for all. We'll need everybody.
Who do you think will be your starting quarterback next week?
Well, we'll have to talk about that later, Jim.
All right. Good luck, Bill.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Troy Brown. You won a national championship at Marshall University. I was there. Tell me what this one today, to break a punt return for a touchdown, to catch 8 balls, to have that pivotal lateral, too. That ended up being the winning touchdown of this game for you.
You know, I just told them that, you know, we got to be alert and be ready to make plays all day long. And, you know, that's been my motto since I've been in the league, just to go out and make plays, whether on special teams or offense. And it paid up the day for us, you know, and I'm willing to do anything this team asks me to do to win some football games.
I think you are the embodiment of what this team represents. The underdog, the underrated guy. You catch 101 passes this season. You're not voted on the first pass to the Pro team, but you're going to the Super Bowl.
We're going to the Super Bowl, baby. Hey, you know, they called us Cinderella. They called us whatever they wanted to call us, you know, Destiny's team or whatever. But we came out today and proved that we were the best team in the AFC. And we're going to the Super Bowl. We're going to New Orleans, not them. We came in hostile territory and proved that we was the best team.
Good luck to you.
Yep.
Sensational effort by you today.
I want to say, this one's for Dick Rayburn also, you know, and his family. They deserve it. He was with us all season, with us today, and God bless him.
Thank you, Troy.
Yep.
Tom Brady, how you feeling right now? What's the latest on your leg?
Feeling good. That's about as much as Coach wants us to say, so I'm going to be ready to go.
You think you'll be able to go next week?
I certainly hope so.
You expect to start next week? You think you'll be that ready?
Well, I mean, we'll see how it feels. I mean, it's just one of those things that happens in a game, and I'll be feeling good, ready to roll.
I thought there was a moment that, again, really said something about this team. There you were on the sidelines, hobbling, but jumping up and down on one leg as you're for another touchdown. You were on the bench. Bledsoe's in the game. Tell me about now all season long. He's been pulling for you. You got to do that today.
Yeah, he did it. I mean, it's quite a credit to what he's all about. I mean, for 14 games, he watches and he comes in, steps up in the biggest game all year and has a heck of a game. So, you know, we got a lot of great coaching, a lot of great QBs, and it's awfully exciting to be a part of this win.
What a season for you. Good luck. I hope you're healthy.
My sister's at home in San Mateo. They'd kill me if I didn't say that.
Okay, you got it, Tom. And Drew, you hadn't played in 126 days. You come in late in the first half, 3 for 3 and a touchdown to David Patton. Did you expect you could come right in, firing like that, connecting like that right away?
Yeah, of course I did. I mean, that's you prepare yourself that way. You never want something bad to happen to another quarterback, but you have to prepare like that. And I came in and played. I've done it a lot in this league, and was ready for it when it happened.
The class with which you handled this situation all season long, but what a satisfying feeling it's got to be today to come in here and direct this team in the second half to the Super Bowl.
Oh, no question. It feels great. You know, it's been a great year for our team. It's been a difficult year personally. Started with the loss of my quarterback coach in training camp. I know he's watching over us like he has all season. But, hey, like I said, I was just prepared if I was called upon to come in and try and win the game.
And you did. Drew Bledsoe, well done. The New England Patriots are heading to New Orleans and Super Bowl 36, and we'll continue with the Subway postgame show on CBS in just a moment. Raise that trophy. They're going to the Super Bowl.
His name is Henry, Clay Henry. He's a fireman and a Jared fan from Subway. He got real big on burgers and fries. Now he's down to a smaller size. Gets his might from his veggie delight. Great taste each day from his local Subway. He's Henry, Clay Henry.
With exercise and a diet including Subway's 7 delicious sandwiches with 6 grams of fat or less, people like Clay Henry are inspirations for everyone.
Subway, eat fresh.
Proud sponsor of the American Heart Association's Heart Walk.
Hey, where are you off to?
Some conference in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah? Who with?
With Cooper.
Cooper.
Who's naughty on this plane?
This guy.
How much do you make?
Drink. Because it's not as much as I make, I'll tell you that much right now.
Sort by shortest flights. Another way Expedia makes it easy to find the trip you're looking for.
Expedia.com. Carrot Top here with a little reminder. You're gonna make a collect call. Whoa, just down the center with 1-800-CALLATT. Wow, that's it. It's free for you and cheap for them. Hey. Oh, so you want some of this too?
Save big bucks on every call. Just dial 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls.
Doesn't a spanking come with this penalty?
A million uses and counting. The new 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra. Still everything you need, nothing you don't.
Ray goes head-to-head with the world's meanest den mother.
She's a great troop leader.
So was Hitler.
On Monday's highest-rated show.
Similar uniform, too.
And all new Raymond, CBS Monday.
Bill McAtee at the TPC of Scottsdale for the final round of the Phoenix Open, and John Daly with an early move today. This for Eagle at the par 5 third to get to 17 under. But later, Daly fell back with bogeys in 3 of 4 holes. Everyone in pursuit of Chris DeMarco. Off to a great start this year. This for birdie at 6, and he is our leader at 19 under par. The final round of the Phoenix Open is coming up next.
The Subway postgame show is sponsored by Subway. Fresh-made sandwiches on fresh-baked bread. Subway, eat fresh.
And welcome back to Pittsburgh and the Subway postgame show here on CBS. Tonight at 60 Minutes, followed by the education of Max Bickford and the CBS Sunday movie, My Sister's Keeper. That's all tonight on CBS, America's most watched network. And a reminder for a recap of this AFC title game and to follow the Eagles-Rams clash live, log on to cbs.sportsline.com. America Online users, just enter that keyword for me, will you please? CBS Sportsline. Deion Sanders, Mike Dicker, Randy Cross, Jerry Glanville alongside. And Deion, what did you think the difference was here today?
I think the difference was the running game. It was ridiculous for Pittsburgh. 17 yards rushing line of Cordell Stewart's 41 yards. Troy Brown 8 receptions for 121 yards. He was the difference on special teams receiving. He made the plays. That's why they call these teams special, because they were truly special today.
Bettis had nothing today, really. 9 carries, 8 yards.
You go back to last week, they had such an intense dislike for the Ravens. I thought they played their hearts out. I think they left a lot of their football game out there last week. You got to dislike the team you're playing. I think they didn't dislike this team. They just didn't know this team, and this team showed them they're a lot better than people thought.
Well, Mike, the crowd here at Heinz Field and the crowd across the country that watched this game tuned in to watch a dominating defense. And the wrong one showed up for the Steeler fans. This was a job by Belichick and Romeo Crennel's entire defensive staff. Watch out whoever you're going to have to go against in the Super Bowl. This defensive staff knows how to get a team ready to stop an offense.
And Deion mentioned special teams. Coach Belichick and I grew up together doing special teams. He has the same philosophy. All the starters took part. All the starters were on the teams, and we thought they were getting tired. And a guy 5'9", 190, named Antoine Harris, he controls special teams. Little guy about my size. I kind of like that.
Does that mean you can still play?
Yes.
Guys, I think strangely enough that tuck play, the call last week against the Raiders, had a double effect for the Patriots because they sensed that the Steelers underappreciated them, thought that they had gotten here on a fluke play. And as Mike said, last week they kind of left it all out there with the games against the Ravens.
Last week was their Super Bowl.
So the Patriots will represent the AFC in Super Bowl 36. Kickoff time next Sunday in New Orleans, 6:15 Eastern time. That game will also mark the 17th and final Super Bowl telecast by our longtime friend and colleague Pat Summerall. We're proud to say that 14 of them took place during his distinguished tenure here at CBS. We look forward to the old kicker's call in New Orleans next week. Certainly wish him the very, very best. As for that NFC championship game, the Rams are in on a touchdown pass, Warner to Bruce, after a McNabb fumble. So the Rams with the quick lead there on Philadelphia. We'll come back and we'll hear from Bill Cowher, head coach of the Steelers, who go down in defeat today to Vinatieri. The New England Patriots prevail here 24-17. Back to Pittsburgh with the Subway postgame show next.
Hey, where are you off to?
Some conference in Cleveland.
Oh, yeah? Who with?
With Cooper.
Cooper.
Who's naughty on this plane?
This guy.
How much do you make? Drink.
Because it's not as much as I make, I'll tell you that much right now.
Sort by shortest flights. Another way Expedia makes it easy to find the trip you're looking for.
Expedia.com. Your Honor, our client needed a ride home and did the right thing. Use 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls.
He needed a ride. He had nothing to hide.
Don't start that, Johnny.
He knew he could save big bucks on every call.
Who did he call?
His best friend.
You can't blame the guy. The girl is fly.
He dialed right down the center, 1-800-CALLATT.
The defense rests. If he needs a friend, he'll do it again. If the car gets stuck...
come on, before she lock us up. Use 1-800-CALL-ATT for collect calls. It's free for you and cheap for them.
The cars from Chrysler. Exhilarating performance. Incredible engineering. And of course, eye-catching designs. Exclusively from Chrysler, our 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain pledge, because love is a commitment.
It's time to redo the kitchen.
Let's get that home equity loan.
It's the Hendersons.
Get him a great deal.
Patrick Bank's on the job.
So's Ferguson Bank.
We need a lower rate.
Want banks to compete for your home equity loan? Come to LendingTree.com. Fill out one form and get up to 4 offers within hours. When banks compete, you win at LendingTree.com.
For 7 years, no drama has beaten ER until CSI. See why it's the most watched drama of the season. Don't miss an all-new CSI, CBS Thursday.
The Subway postgame show is sponsored by Subway. Fresh-made sandwiches on fresh-baked bread. Subway, eat fresh.
We're back on the Subway postgame show in Pittsburgh. Hearts are broken here as New England wins, becoming now the 7th AFC team in the last 8 years to win on the road, that is, in the AFC Championship game. The 1 seed has a problem in this conference, that's for sure. Coming up next, the Phoenix Open presented by Xerox. Final round coverage coming your way. Chris DeMarco off to a hot start in the final round, has the lead on that front side in the final round. Bill Cowher, what a season his Steelers had. Again, the #1 seed in the conference. Bonnie Bernstein spoke to him a moment ago.
All right, Bill, all season Cordell Stewart played at a Pro Bowl level, but at the end of the game, when the win was in reach, 3 throws, 2 picks. What went wrong?
Well, I mean, a lot, I think even before it got to that point, you can't have 2 special team returns and it put us in a battle that we weren't able to come out of. It put us into a hole that we weren't able to overcome. And I know it's hard right now, but we fell short, and this one's going to hurt. But we'll be back.
You talked to your team about New England being the team of destiny, but in the aftermath of this, look at the scores: punt return for a touchdown, a blocked field goal return for a touchdown, and the backup quarterback getting it done. Can you concede maybe at this point that maybe it is destiny for the New England Patriots?
Well, I guess we'll find out in a week, Bonnie. But I credit Bill and New England. They did a great job. They came in here and they did what they had to do. And, they created a lead that we could not overcome. And, like I said, a lot of credit should go to them. And I'm certainly hope them well and wish them well and representing the AFC. And, Bill's a good man. Mr. Kraft and his New England Patriots, they beat us today. And we fell short, but we will be back.
You just came from the locker room. What did you tell your team?
Well, there's not much to say. Words right now aren't going to really, I think, cure the hurt that exists. We've come a long way when you throw your heart and soul into something for 6 months. And like I said, when you go through today, it's tough. And I don't think it's something that you can talk about. And it's a special team we had. Unfortunately, we weren't able to finish it the way we wanted to. But like I told them, they have a lot to be proud of. They should not hang their heads. We've come a lot further than I think a lot of people thought we'd be at the beginning of the season.
Agreed. Bill, thanks for the time.
Thanks,
All right, and Bill Belichick on the other side. What an incredible effort molding this team that many consider just a group of rejects in many ways, together in 2 years to take them to the Super Bowl. Gentlemen, it's interesting hearing Brady say up there on the victory platform, Coach told us not to talk about this who's going to start issue. It's going to be in the air all week. So Belichick had already gotten to him before we could interview him. What do you think? Will it be Bledsoe? Will it be Brady? And what about the New England Patriots in the Super Bowl?
We don't have a quarterback controversy. I would stay with Tom Brady. He's got you this far. If he's injured and not healthy, now let's go with Drew Bledsoe. But I like Tom Brady as a leader. But what happens to all the stuff, the championship hats that the Steelers are going to wear? What do they do with all that stuff?
There's a little dump out there in South Hills of all of it. But I want to talk about guys like Teddy Bruschi. Ty Law backed up his words. Alec Whipper or not, he stepped up and he played. Otis Smith, he didn't play the greatest game, but he was physical. He was in their face all the time. I tell you what, gang, I don't know which defense was the greatest defense out there today, but that New England defense, they're going to find an answer for whoever they play next week. I'll tell you that.
Especially that defensive staff getting a chance to game plan. Right. No matter who it is they're going to play, it's going to be critical. But Bill Belichick, you have to remember, has been very consistent this year on everything he's done. Remember, the healthy quarterback has always started. And Drew Bledsoe, by next Sunday,
Sunday will be the healthy quarterback.
You know, nobody thought that his players could match up with the Pittsburgh Steelers players, but what you got to create events. We always talk about event. He had a punt return for a touchdown, and then they block a field goal, lateral for a touchdown. That's events that if you don't have good enough players, all of a sudden you win in the big game.
Two special team touchdowns today, and again, only one time in the last 8 years as the #1 seed. That was Denver 3 years back, gone on to the Super Bowl. You know, we bond as a team every week coming on the air by passing it down the line. Guys, it's been a pleasure. One last time, down the line.
What is the fastest growing
down the
pregame
line
show in history?
Right here.
CBS.
The NFL Today. Gentlemen, it's been a pleasure.
That.
In football, there's offense, there's defense, there's special teams. And today we saw a very special team, the New England Patriots. They came into the season on the throes of a last-place finish in their own division. They lost 3 of their first 4 games and their quarterback. People would have written them off, but then again, nobody had any expectations to begin with. Next Sunday in New Orleans, Bill Belichick's overshadowed, underrated team may once again hear the words, "They don't have a chance." Tell that to the rest of the AFC, for they are the AFC champions today in Pittsburgh. For all of us at CBS Sports, Jim Nantz wishing you a good afternoon from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
CBS Sports thanks you for watching this presentation of the National Football League.